The fist collides with Humphrey's face, crumpling him to the ground like a cheap, greasy Burger King wrapper. He feels the lingering sting of the punch on his skin and in the marrow of his cheekbone. The man who punched him, a tall, muscular, handsome man we'll refer to as Chad, stands above him with his fist still clenched. According to Chad, Humphrey Bingham, the pale, doughy 43-year-old lying on the ground with a bruise forming on his cheek, had been inappropriately hitting on his girlfriend. She told him to deal with the situation, and he had. With one definitive bark to leave his beloved alone, Chad turns and walks away, leaving Humphrey on the ground, his face and pride equally bruised. A few hours later, Humphrey is sitting alone in a train car, rattling down the tracks in the direction of his depressing bachelor's apartment. He's shaking with rage. People, they're disgusting creatures, really, he thinks to himself. Worthless animals that are capable of nothing but cruelty and exclusion. They always let him down, always hurt him, always made fun of him. Every day, getting up to face loneliness and isolation felt like being attacked by a pack of wild dogs. One thought rings loud and clear in his mind. It'd be best if someone had the guts to just wipe out the human race. No, even more than that. Annihilate all life in existence. Wipe clean the slate and salt the earth so that somebody or something more worthy could grow. That was the fate everyone else deserved for making his 43 years on this earth so miserable. But beneath all that, there is another thought that's making him smile. He's got a plan that nobody else knows about. A plan to make everyone pay for every time they've crossed Humphrey Bingham. Humphrey, you see, has an interesting job. He works at an infectious disease laboratory. Fans of apocalyptic fiction are probably putting together the picture already. Maybe he's going to leak an infectious pathogen, or even worse, combine and engineer multiple pathogens together in order to make this supervirus capable of bringing humanity to its knees. But that's where you would be wrong. Humphrey does have a vial in his coat containing traces of the bubonic plague, but his intentions with it are actually far weirder. Soon enough, he arrives home and secretes himself away in his bleak little apartment. It is a drab and gray place, except, of course, for his weapons. Bizarre and impossible blades, iridescent like oil slicks in a crazed rainbow of variety. Blades of all shapes and sizes, from daggers to switchblades to axes that technically weren't legal to own. You see, Humphrey Bingham is what we know as a mall ninja, a slang term for someone who buys cheap and impractical decorative weapons for display around their home. But the pride of his collection has to be the apocalyptic death metal sword, as he's dubbed it. It sits on a stand in the middle of all the others, bright purple and covered in so many sharp edges it's almost impossible to hold. He has been refining and perfecting it for years. In some places, the edges are a single atom thin, giving them inconceivable cutting power. And when we say that he has been perfecting it, we don't just mean sharpening and polishing. Littered around the room are different volumes on the occult, particularly those concerned with enchanting objects. He's been conducting spells and rituals, grinding up desert locust shells and illegally purchased human bones, and saying incantations. He's drawn all the proper pentagrams, and tonight, he's obtained the decisive ingredient he needs to make his plans a reality: the bubonic plague sample. Saying the complex, incomprehensible words of a spell he'd memorized, Humphrey Bingham produces the vial and carefully pours it across the apocalyptic death metal sword. It glows and tingles, radiating with pure power, and Humphrey finds himself giggling with uncontrollable glee. He imagines scenes from the Book of Revelation, his favorite part of the New Testament, where Satan rises, and the war between him and God destroys and later remakes the earth. He imagines his mighty sword as an agent of almost heavenly power, dealing brutal judgment on the evil and the weak. Back in reality, Humphrey's insane dream might just be coming true, but in an even grander manner than he'd imagined. The apocalyptic death metal sword floats off of its stand, but it isn't alone. 3 other smaller swords from his collection also rise up, the weapons that had been practiced for all of his experiments, It seems they'd been a success, a terrible, rousing success. But Humphrey's dreams quickly turn into a nightmare as the enchanted swords begin to fight each other. But it isn't some free-for-all battle royale. All the smaller swords are teaming up against the apocalyptic death metal sword, and the smaller swords are losing as the wildly flailing death sword slashes them into tiny fragments of metal. It is an act of rampant swordicide, and Humphrey can only stare on in horror. Though the rampage is nowhere near over, when the lesser of the swords are no more, the apocalyptic death metal sword flails insanely as though battling invisible monsters. Already it's far beyond Humphrey Bingham's control, but there is a method to this madness, a method that Humphrey himself is literally unable to see. The apocalyptic death metal sword is so dedicated to the grand mission of destroying life that even bacteria cannot escape its stainless steel wrath. On a microscopic level, every swing cleanly cuts one of the microscopic life forms in half. This terrifying weapon truly does not plan on letting any of its potential victims escape, up to and including the unfortunate Humphrey Bingham himself. Before he's even had time to scream and run, the sword turns on him. It flies in his direction at Mach 4 speed and unleashes an impossible flurry of slashes. By the time it's done, there's literally nothing left. Not even blood, just an empty room full of broken swords, where the creator of this apocalyptic weapon has been cleaved into oblivion on the atomic level. But the sword is not done. It slashes through the door and heads out into the wider world, ready to pursue its deadly mission. It isn't long until researchers at a local Foundation containment site catch wind of something strange going on in the city. They intercept some frantic police chatter about officers fighting off a sword. No, not a person holding a sword, just a sword. Rather than just assume it's some kind of strange police incident, like the time those two on-duty cops avoided investigating a robbery to get a Snorlax on Pokemon Go, the site director quickly dispatches a heavily armed mobile task force. On the scene, it is a complete bloodbath. Officers and civilians lay dead in the streets, as the sword continues to fly around at impossible speed. What had initially been several squad cars worth of responding officers had been reduced to a mere handful of scared stragglers. What they've seen today would completely rewrite their understanding of reality, even if it wasn't actively murdering their coworkers and trying to murder them too. In the brief periods where the apocalyptic death metal sword isn't cutting down cops and civilians, it is continuing to flail madly through the air, slicing more insects and microscopic beings. Seemingly nothing can stop its rampage. And that's when the Mobile Task Force helicopter arrives, along with 2 ground units in armored tactical vehicles for support. It's the kind of precautions you can expect when the SCP Foundation isn't entirely sure what they're up against. And little do they know, they're going to need all of them if they want any hope of surviving and defeating the apocalyptic death metal sword. But they're going to lose a lot of good men before then. MTF troopers start rappelling down from the helicopter, wielding advanced tactical assault rifles. They're able to lock on to the diabolical Mall Ninja blade and open fire, hitting it with a hail of armor-piercing bullets. But those bullets resoundingly fail to pierce whatever anomalous armor maintains the apocalyptic death metal sword's structural integrity. The bullets ricochet off, making sounds like popcorn kernels rattling around in a tin can. The blade's counteroffensive would be a lot more effective. It locks on to the most dangerous target first, perhaps out of pure bad luck on the part of the MTF squads, the helicopter pilot. The sword flies for him faster than he could possibly move his vehicle out of its path. It skewers the cockpit, traveling straight through his chest and out the other side of the helicopter. The vehicle consequently spins out and explodes, torpedoing its burning carcass down onto the street below. Things are starting to get interesting. As the other operatives pile out of the ground vehicles and start firing on the flash of deadly purple steel, the massacre continues. The sword flying through Foundation tactical armor like Play-Doh. Their bullets can't harm the device or even really slow it down. A frightening thought passes through the minds of one of the operatives. If this thing is left unchecked for long enough, it could blossom into an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. There is no follow-up thought, though, because the sword passed through his mind moments afterwards, leaving him cold and dead on the ground. As the battle rages on, victory clearly on the side of the apocalyptic death metal sword, the eggheads back at the nearest Foundation containment site are screaming to think up of a contingency plan. An entity wielding a weapon is easily enough to kill or at least disable, but a weapon without an entity that still keeps on attacking feels almost impossible. They're desperately trying to collect information about the anomalous item from the field, but anytime one of the operatives is able to radio back, they're killed by the sword before they can impart any useful information. All that's left to try is the nuclear option. Thankfully, not literally. When conventional teams fail, they have certain experimental mobile task forces, namely Mobile Task Force Omega-7 Pandora's Box, and one particular member of that team who has expertise in that area, SCP-076-2, Abel, the Immortal Warrior. Years before the incident of mass killing that would cause the team to be disbanded, while the apocalyptic death metal sword did its thing, the rest of the team was being dispatched to fetch Abel out of cold storage. The second that this terrifying tattooed warrior is told that he'll be up against another blade, he's chomping at the bit. He's dragged into a high-speed helicopter and taken to the scene as quickly as possible, fitted with an earpiece so he can tell exactly what he learns about the apocalyptic death metal sword over to Mission Command. Abel agreed on the condition that he could go all out on his enemy. For once, his handlers didn't mind granting him that permission. After all, nobody was even really sure if it was possible to hurt an enemy like this. About an hour into the rampage, Abel arrives, touching down on the concrete so hard that it buckles beneath his feet. He sees the sword floating there, hideous and garish even by his standards. Is his opponent invisible? It doesn't matter. He'll slay them all the same. He produces two of his obsidian swords and charges in, as the sword seems to notice his presence and flies towards him at incredible speeds. It takes his truly superlative reflexes along with his considerable strength to parry the weapon at the decisive minute before it can pierce his wretched heart. It's so much faster than he expected. He's almost impressed. The blade does not wait. It circles and strikes him again as he deflects and strikes at it with his own swords. And then, something impossible happens. His swords break. This hideous purple blade has sliced clean through them, causing them to fall onto the floor in multiple black pieces. This is impossible. How could this blade have bested his own? Over his earpiece, his handlers ask him for information on the blade, anything they can use. Abel says that the weapon doesn't make sense. It has the quality of mere steel, but it was somehow unbreakable. That is all the handlers need to hear. They begin immediately putting their contingency measures into place. They just need Abel to buy them a little more time. Will he be able to give the apocalyptic death metal sword a good enough fight? The battle is strangely one of the toughest he's ever faced. His opponent feels no pain, no fear. It doesn't even think or feel. It attacks and kills on pure instinct. Every time he pulls out a new weapon, an axe, a sword, a warhammer, a chainsaw, it's already upon him, slashing away with unimaginable speed and ferocity. It matches his own, as every parry is met with a perfect counter parry. He's now getting to grips with the fact that his opponent isn't holding a weapon. His opponent is a weapon. But he still refuses to let this be an easy fight. He summons a huge obsidian broadsword from the space between spaces and lunges in, clashing blades with the edges of the apocalyptic death metal sword. He feels its strength and its speed, its desire to deal death to everything. It was pure, it was glorious. When the Foundation reinforcements arrive, Abel is dead. Don't worry, he'll get better, with the apocalyptic death metal sword sticking out of his chest. After finding out that the sword is made of steel, the Foundation operatives were able to devise a powerful electromagnet, one capable of getting this unruly weapon of mass destruction under some semblance of control. With the sword and Abel's body retrieved, this supernatural weapon, now labeled SCP-3749, is placed inside a vacuum chamber, completely sterilized. In that scenario, the weapon simply shook around on the floor, a shadow of its terrifying former self. Without even bacteria to destroy, it can only turn on itself and lay there in the dark. Another dangerous anomaly secured, contained, and soon to be protected. A textbook case for the Foundation's central mission. These days, SCP-3749 sits inside a fitted, hermetically sealed chamber full of kinetic gel, designed to suppress its constant urge to slash and stab any and all life. If ever that seal is broken, we just hope you're nearby, or in the very brief period you'll still be alive, you may learn firsthand what it feels like to be sushi. In that regard, the miserable legacy of Humphrey Bingham is, unlike the man himself, alive and well.
Legend tells of many ancient weapons, many of them imbued with great power. Hammers that call forth the very forces of the heavens themselves, raining down devastating thunderstorms and electrifying bolts of lightning to vanquish any foe. Or there's the Arthurian myth of a blade buried deep in the heart of a stone. To any ordinary person, the sword is unmovable. It won't budge no matter how much force is exerted on it, or how physically strong the person trying to pull it is. Only if one of purest heart and truest virtue should ever reach for its hilt, then the sword will spring free and grant the holder the rightful rule over the land. But there is another weapon, another sword bestowed with a power as old as time itself. Some have heard tales that it was forged of pure shadow by a demon seeking dominion over all creation. Other stories will claim the blade itself is alive and capable of bonding itself to a host, while it grants its wielder the means to fell an entire army with a swing of its blade. The weapon also curses those who seek to covet its destructive power, slowly destroying them the longer they possess this unholy sword. Such a powerful tool of devastation would bring chaos on this world and any other. But this...
Well, this is not that sword at all. Actually, the weapon in question, even though it technically doesn't count as one, isn't some magical item. In fact, its only real power is causing all of its various owners over the years to end up needing a serious trip to the ER. So this is SCP-572. Okay, sorry, I'll do the voice again, but this is the last time.
Or as the legends call it, the Katana of apparent invincibility.
Now, just like the ancient weapons of legend, this katana has changed hands a number of times over the course of human history. One of those to wield its completely unincredible power was Jonathan, a young man with high hopes of going viral online as a master swordsman. However, while most would only ever gain that title after years' worth of study, practicing complex hand-to-hand combat forms, and learning to respect the blade itself and the craftsmanship used in making one, Jonathan just read a WikiHow tutorial on sword tricks and, deciding they looked easy enough, decided that he could just wing it. Of course, the first step in becoming a master swordsman without putting in any of the work was to find an actual sword to use. And luckily, the pawn shop in Jonathan's hometown had the very answer to his low-effort dreams. Hanging there behind the counter, displayed on the top shelf with a thin layer of dust coating it, was the katana of apparent invincibility. The store's owner had long since forgotten it was even there, and was happy enough to mark the price down for the sake of getting rid of it. The moment he held it in his hands, Jonathan felt unstoppable, like he could conquer his whole town with the power of this mighty sword that was barely sharp enough to cut wet toilet paper. He knew it would only take one show of the weapon's very arguable might to cement him as one of history's greatest swordsmen. Unfortunately, the stunt that Jonathan attempted went about as well as you'd expect. Naturally, an elaborate stunt involving a blunt katana and Jonathan's friend Kali on a BMX bike was sure to be a perfectly safe combination. Any sane human being would tell you that, right? After setting up his phone at the skate park and hitting record, Jonathan called for Kali to ride down on one side of the half-pipe and up the other, while he used his newfound sword skills to cleave the front wheel of her bike clean off in mid-air. Having been promised a replacement bike paid for by all the hits this video would get online, Kali went down, then up, then straight back down. Jonathan swung the blade, only for it to get lodged in the wheel spokes, bringing his friend and the solid frame of her bike crashing down on top of him in a heap of tangled limbs and metal. All the while, nearby skaters filmed the mess on their phones, the ones who could hold back their laughs anyway. Sometime after the skatepark debacle, SCP-572 would end up in the hands of yet another would-be swordsman, with just as impressive results. Martin Ziepelberger, yes, that is his real name, had grown into quite a controversial figure over the years, garnering his own legend of sorts, although not a reputation that any mythical warrior of old would ever want. You see, Martin had founded a website that had, in its earlier days, introduced the internet to a brand new way of communicating and keeping in touch with their friends and family. And as a result, he had accumulated a staggering amount of cash to show for it. But running a social media app didn't keep the lights on forever. Despite his company growing into a multi-million-dollar corporation, the market had become saturated. More new and innovative sites run by Martin's competitors began appearing, each new one more unique than his had ever been back in the early days. Keeping up and still making money was hard, so Martin resorted to gathering the personal data of millions of users his site had amassed over the years, and selling that information to, well, anyone who would pay him. Understandably, people were a little upset to hear that all their private information was being shared around so brazenly. That's when rumors of Martin's interesting behavior started to be made public by some of his former employees. The internet had already been rife with jokes at Martin's expense. His stunted manner of speaking, strange barbecuing live streams filmed in front of what looked like a green screen, along with many other quirks were often the subject of ridicule. Some even speculated that he was a collector of various things. A robot, an alien, even an iguana, and pretending to be a human being. Then there was his choice of office equipment, specifically a certain katana of apparent invincibility. Given his considerable net worth, the programmers working in the head offices of Martin's social media company knew he had somewhat expensive tastes. That was what made it all the more baffling that he bought what looked to be a very poor quality Western knockoff of a traditional Japanese samurai weapon. The metal it was forged from seemed to be unpolished, unsharpened, and unbalanced. Overall, it just seemed to be a bit of a mess, even to those in the office unfamiliar with katanas or their cultural significance in Japan. Yet when he described it, Martin seemed enamored with the sword, citing how incredible the balance was and how the obviously very blunt weapon could more easily slice through solid steel than one of those infomercial knives. Of course, the more pressing and unsettling question for most of the employees was, why the hell did their boss think it was okay to bring a katana into the office? When any of the staff working there built up enough courage to approach their eccentric sword-toting boss to ask him, Martin would simply state that it was a measure to encourage more productivity. If he was unhappy with the coding work his programmers were doing or the content being posted to his social media site, Martin would start strutting around the office. His head was always tilted back, smugly looking down his nose at his staff, who he'd sometimes affectionately call his underlings or drones. With a look of self-important superiority and one hand constantly resting on the hilt of his katana, his productivity patrols managed to put everyone in the office on edge. Less because they were threatened by the blunted sword or Martin's unimposing 5.5-foot stature, but more because the staff all agreed that what he was doing was just plain weird. One morning, Ned, one of the staff members working at the office, was casually sitting at his computer, working his way through rewriting a few lines of code as he's been asked to. Suddenly, he felt something cold and metal resting on his shoulder, and felt the presence of someone leaning over him uncomfortably close on the left. Immediately, his heart jumped in surprise and fear, only to instantly drop back down to a normal beat when he remembered that Martin's sword was barely sharper than a butter knife. "Hey, Mr. Ziepelberger," Ned sighed. "Hey there, Nedry," Martin replied. His voice sounded like he was trying to smile, but also didn't know how long it was normal to hold it. Also, Ned's name wasn't short for Nedry. "You know, you were asked to finish up this coding an hour ago," he continued, even though Ned had only been told the code needed rewriting that long ago. "If you don't hurry up, I might just have to chop you into bits with my huge sword." Martin forced a laugh as though he'd never actually expressed humor before. Eventually, the employees had grown sick of Martin's brandishing his katana around the office. They didn't feel threatened so much as they were just annoyed. It was distracting them from actually doing their jobs. When a group of them, led by Ned, marched into his office to formally complain in solidarity, Martin spun around to face them in his desk chair, his useless sword in his hand. "So, This is treason then. He smiled to himself as if he'd been waiting for this moment, drawing the katana. In his head, Martin was about to leap forward over his desk, in a move ripped straight out of a Star Wars movie. He thought he would easily spin through the air, hurtling towards his group of employees with the blade ready to skewer the nearest ones for daring to question his leadership. Unfortunately, despite his surfing trips in Hawaii, Martin wasn't exactly nimble enough to pull it off. He barely jumped high enough off the ground to clear the desk, knocking the whole thing forward and tumbling over it. Landing awkwardly, the tip of the blade barely reached far enough to lightly graze Ned at the front of the group. Instead, all of Martin's employees looked at him pathetically laying face down on the office carpet. After changing hands who knows exactly how many times, the katana of apparent invincibility would soon find itself in the hands of another soul just as worthy of wielding it, and making themselves look really dumb in the process. For as long as he could remember, Zack had been obsessed with superheroes. He had spent his youth reading comic books, idolizing characters like Batman, who fought criminals on the mean streets to deliver swift and brutal justice. Even as he got older, Zack never outgrew that childhood dream he had held on to become a real-life superhero. Now obviously, he knew that superhuman powers were a little out of his reach, but that never stopped Bruce Wayne. Zack could train himself, build up his physical strength, and learn to fight. Of course, he overlooked the part where Bruce Wayne also had billions of dollars inherited from his parents at his disposal, not to mention a cave with lots of fancy high-tech gadgets, an English butler, and had trained under some of the most skilled hand-to-hand combatants in the entire world. Batman never learned karate during night classes held at the local community college. Still, there was nothing that could deter Zack from his heroic aspirations. He spent every free moment he had in the gym, lifting weights and building his biceps to the size of burger buns. After failing his exam twice, he achieved the coveted blue belt in his martial arts class, and he even ordered the parts he would need to construct his super suit. Sure, Zack told himself, it might have just looked like a ski mask and some hockey pads, but he needed freedom of movement as well as protection. There was only one piece left to complete this stage of his origin story, a kick-ass superhero codename. That was when fate seemed to step in, taking its rarest of forms, an eBay listing for a used sword. From the moment he saw it, Zack knew he needed to own it. Not all superheroes used weapons, but he figured it would be a good deterrent. He'd only ever draw his blade to wound, and only when there was no other option. As he placed his bid, Captain Katana was born. It was his first nightly patrol. Zack had donned his protective suit and concealed his secret identity behind the mask. The katana was sheathed and strapped to his back, for now, but he was sure enough it would soon see its share of righteous vengeance before the night was over. Well, more accurately, it would cause more than its share of mishaps by the end of the night. But Zack, Captain Katana didn't care. He felt unstoppable, in fact. Ever since the sword had arrived in the mail, he had been feeling like he could take on the world. The would-be hero thought it was just the anticipation of finally being what he'd always wanted to be, exactly what his training had been preparing for. How was he to know that the sword itself was the reason for his dangerous amount of overconfidence? You see, while it might not be imbued with ancient magic, the power of a god, or the ability to suck the souls of its victims, there is one thing remarkable about SCP-572. Okay, well, two things. The first being just how bad it is as a sword. It isn't forged from any high-quality steel or made by an elusive Japanese swordsmith. Whereas a katana made with the proper amount of skill, craftsmanship, and care is perfectly weighted and balanced evenly for the right amount of speed and swiftness in combat, this one is, well, none of the above. And as if it wasn't bad enough that it lacked all the other qualities of a true katana, SCP-572's blade is totally blunt. Seriously, you couldn't even slice bread with this thing. And yet, in his heart, Zack felt like it was the perfect weapon, the most powerful tool in his vigilante war on crime. Speaking of crimes, he'd thought he'd found his first prey for his nightly hunt. The sound of a car alarm was blaring through the city streets, coming from somewhere nearby. Our woefully under-equipped and underprepared hero raced a few blocks over to find the source. From a distance, all he could see was a man fumbling with the door of a locked car, clearly unable to open it, and trying to force his way in. What this so-called hero didn't think to do was assess the situation for any further context, too quick to trust in his instincts.
Stood right there, thief,
he declared, unable to hear how muffled his voice sounded when filtered through the material of the ski mask. The man froze and turned to look at the figure approaching him, only to raise an eyebrow in confusion. Hello? He called back. Can I help you?
Silence, villain!
The masked onlooker shouted, just audibly over the noisy car alarm.
You've got two choices here. Either you walk away, leave that person's property alone, and I'll let you off with a warning, or we do this the hard way, and you'll face...
Zack paused for dramatic effect, like he practiced in the mirror.
The wrath of Captain Katana!
Of who? The other man replied. Look, man, I'm not sure what your deal is, if this is some kind of cosplay thing or you're just nuts, but this is my car, okay? The door gets stuck. I just need to jimmy it a little sometimes, but it sets the alarm off.
Liar!
Captain Katana yelled, reaching over his shoulder. His gloved hand gripped the hilt of his weapon and pulled it free of its sheath. From across the parking lot, the driver couldn't tell how utterly useless the sword was at his current distance. All he saw was a masked, potentially unhinged stranger dramatically pacing towards him with what was very clearly a weapon.
What the hell?
He exclaimed, urgently trying to get his car door open. The handle gave way and the door sprung open, allowing the man to hurriedly climb into the driver's seat and shut the door behind him. Starting the engine, the lights came on and illuminated the stranger in front of him, who stood looking absolutely ridiculous in his outfit, consisting of what looked like various pieces of sportswear. Katana in hand, the superhero was still striding slowly towards the car as the engine spluttered into life. Zack stopped, smiling under the material of his hockey mask, as he gripped both hands around the hilt and took a wide stance. Flooring the accelerator, the driver was eager to get away from the obvious lunatic. Even if he was wielding a sword that was mostly unusable, it didn't seem like that would stop Captain Katana from trying to use it, no matter how unsuccessfully. The car came barreling towards Zack, and he readied himself, lifting the blade high above his head. He knew that he would be able to bring it downwards in a victorious swipe at precisely the right moment. The second the worn-out dulled metal connected with that of the car, it would slice the stolen vehicle into two perfect pieces, split right down the middle, leaving the thief confounded and ready to be handed over to police. You can already guess that's not what happened, can you? With barely a screech of tires against the concrete and without even enough distance to build up that much speed, the car headed straight for Captain Katana. He made a flailing, uncoordinated swing far too early, causing the sword to bounce right off the hood of the car. The force of the impact wasn't huge, but it was enough to cause the katana to slip from the wannabe hero's hands, helped by the fact his gloves didn't have that much grip on them. The katana of apparent invincibility was sent sailing through the air and came clattering to the ground, rolling under another car in the parking lot, although Zack was a little preoccupied to see where it landed. No sooner had he lost his grip on his almighty weapon of justice, around 3,500 pounds of metal collided with Captain Katana, felled on his first ever night as a superhero by his very first villain. Still, Zack at least learned what his kryptonite was, his greatest weakness, just like so many classic superheroes had. His just happened to be being hit by a mid-sized sedan. Tumbling back onto the ground, the back of Captain Katana's head thumped heavily against the cold, hard concrete, leaving him with a concussion and an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as the driver parked his car and called an ambulance. At least he now knew he never wanted to pick up that sword again. You see, that's the second remarkable thing about SCP-572. Anyone who picks it up instantly perceives it as a mighty weapon, the kind you would find in an ancient legend. Despite the sword being crudely made, blunt and generally unfit for any use, the wielder will maintain the belief that it not only has perfect balance and cutting power, but that the sword has also imbued them with unparalleled strength and invincibility to damage. It's all a delusion, of course, and whoever holds that sword will gladly prove it to you. They'll try to perform incredibly risky stunts with it, only to end up severely injuring themselves in the process. Don't worry though, if you ever come across SCP-572, it's nothing a quick thump in the back of the head won't fix. When you work for the SCP Foundation, one certainty is that nothing, no turn of events, no scenario, is ever really unexpected. No matter how unlikely something may appear, chances are it usually happens. And if it doesn't happen here, then in an infinite multiverse of alternatives, everything that can possibly happen is statistically likely to. We've covered a few of these alternate eventualities before, a number of which revolve around the differing events in the long life of one particular anomaly, SCP-076-2, better known as Abel. In our home universe, much like he is in many others, Abel is considered to be a near-perfect warrior. His body, covered in tattoos of occult symbols and demonic faces, is capable of withstanding vast amounts of physical damage. Abel can easily take hits from the most powerful conventional weapons mankind has to offer, and survive with little more than a scratch. What's more, he can draw an endless supply of black-bladed weapons from a tiny pocket dimension. And on top of all of that, even in the event that he's bested in combat, Abel's body will rapidly disintegrate, only to reform within a large stone cube known as SCP-076-1. Like most of us, Abel has a number of almost identical counterparts that exist across the various worlds of the multiverse. One of them once had the opportunity to reconcile with his brother Cain, the man seemingly responsible for Abel's endless life of bloodshed. And once the two brothers had made peace, they could rest. In another universe, Abel worked directly with the SCP Foundation as part of a mobile task force until they turned on him. This unfurled a chain of events so cataclysmic that the entire world suffered the consequences. This alternate Abel went on a warpath against the Foundation, ultimately using SCP-914 The Clockworks to refine his destructive anomalous abilities. This allowed him to unleash chaos, slaughtering all of humanity in an omnicide that wiped the world clean of all other life, leaving Abel alone in a dead world. And then there was this version of the Immortal Warrior. Far from the Clockworks enhanced conqueror that his alternate universe counterpart was, this Abel had long since been removed as a member of MTF Omega-7 and was gradually reconstituting his body within SCP-076-1. His most recent defeat had enraged the warrior, and he had vowed to once again be free. Although unbeknownst to him, what set this particular version of Abel apart from his other variants was the fact that he would soon encounter a certain other anomaly, something that when wielded by SCP-076-2 had the potential to completely rob him of all his centuries' worth of fighting ability and replace it with an embarrassment that would last for centuries more. But first, a quick history lesson. Much like it had been in our universe, this particular anomalous object had been recovered by the Foundation after it made its way into the hands of an unwitting police officer. The item in question was SCP-572, a particularly unique katana. Unique in that it was utterly useless for fighting with, and caused more harm to the person wielding it than whoever they were trying to use it against. In this universe, the sword had already changed hands a number of times. When police were called to the home of one Clarence Clancy Clancerson, he drew SCP-572 in defense and screamed at the officers that he would, quote, take their heads and with it their power. The cops who had been sent over to arrest Clancy for violent and disorderly behavior were less than threatened to see their suspect, who was somewhat out of shape, coming at them with a weapon no sharper than a butter knife. After pacifying Clancy with tasers and beanbag rounds from a 12-gauge shotgun, the police retrieved SCP-572, and then it was acquired by a Foundation operative. This all played out almost the exact same way in our universe. However, in this version of events, there was one key difference. As previously mentioned, SCP-572 was an unremarkable sword, but it had something of a storied past, passing from one unfortunate user to the next. And just as it was recovered from Clancy's house and ended up in Foundation hands, one of those former owners had just been about to reclaim the fabled weapon for himself. Meanwhile, back in this containment chamber deep under the ocean, still trapped in the stone cube he reanimated within, Abel was lost in a dream. To any other person, falling asleep to see subconscious visions of so much carnage would be horrifying. They would call it a nightmare. But to Abel, this might have been one of the sweetest dreams that he had ever experienced. All around him was a world on fire. Having returned to life once again, Abel at last bested his captors at the SCP Foundation. In his dream, he traveled the world, visiting every Foundation facility one by one and reducing them to rubble without leaving a single survivor. Then, once the work was done, he turned his barbaricism towards the wider world and began slaughtering humanity in droves. Perhaps some distant cosmic echo had reached out across the multiverse. A fragment of the life of a more refined version of himself had slipped into Abel's subconsciousness, making him dream that he too was the omnicidal conqueror that his other self was. Seeing such devastation in his own wake made this version of Abel eager to wake up, to revive once more, and set about making this delightful dream of destruction a deadly reality. It was while Abel was dreaming, picturing himself cutting down all who dared oppose him, that something strange seemed to happen. He had a visitor, not a visitor to his containment chamber, mind you. There was no one beyond the confines of SCP-076-1 except the security team that normally kept the stone cube under armed surveillance. No, this visitor appeared somewhere else, inside Abel's mind, approaching him as he slept. Within the warrior's slumbering fantasy, he was climbing up a mountain of skulls after having slaughtered millions, if not billions already. But as he reached the top of the pile of bones and looked out over the horizon, Abel could see that the world beyond was still living. There were just as many people alive, perhaps even more that he'd already killed. His work was not yet done. In fact, it seemed that despite all the lives the immortal madman had already claimed, he had barely even begun.
"Oh, Abel,"
a voice tutted.
"did you really think you could do it alone?"
Even though this was a dream, Abel could feel the presence of another. He pulled one of his obsidian-edged weapons from thin air and swiped in the direction the voice had come from, hitting nothing. The blade in his hand seemed to change, its dark metal transforming from solid to liquid. Coming apart in his hands, Abel's sword melted like candle wax under a hot flame, reduced to nothing in seconds.
"You can't do it,"
the voice whispered.
"You aren't strong enough, but I can help with that."
Pulling out another weapon, a two-handed axe this time, Abel looked around him, trying to locate the source of the taunting noise.
"Only a coward relies on cheap tricks and illusions,"
he growled angrily.
"Show yourself! Come forward and be slain! Are you a worthy opponent? Are you worth your time?"
"Are you?" the voice jested.
"We shall see!"
Abel yelled. Behind him, a cloaked figure silently appeared. They looked to be adorned in a robe that whipped in the biting cold wind, yet their garments weren't made of any fabric. Instead, they wore a robe made out of pure shadow. Their clothes and body comprised of the same thing. Though they lacked any tangible solid matter, it didn't stop Abel from spinning around, swinging his heavy axe in the figure's direction. Before the blade of the weapon was even halfway through the air, it had already started to become liquid, just like the swords had earlier. By the time it came down to strike at the shadowy visitor, what had once been an axe was just a flick of melted black metal, passing through the intangible specter as Abel found himself once again unarmed.
"Speak, Creighton!"
he demanded, never one to back away from a fight, even when his weapons were seemingly failing him.
"Tell me who you are. I would like to know my adversary's name before I end your worthless life."
"I am not here to fight you," the figure replied calmly. "I'm here to offer you the key to your victory, Abel."
"What key?"
the warrior sneered.
"What could you possibly give me?"
"Exactly what you need to finish it," the shadow replied, drawing something from a sheath on its belt and holding it aloft. "A weapon that will allow you to become the conqueror you long to be." Abel looked at the object in the figure's outstretched hand, a katana, or at least the shadowy vestige of one.
"A sword?"
he sneered.
"What use do I have for a sword? I can conjure all the blades I need at will."
To demonstrate, Abel pulled one of his own black blades, but yet again it began to melt away. "Your weapons have served you well, but they are disposable," the shadow explained. "A true warrior deserves a sword worthy of his fighting prowess."
"I have killed scores of men throughout the ages,"
the immortal warrior retorted.
"And I never needed any special sword to do that."
"And that is why, no matter how many you kill, you will always be beaten." In his dream, Abel paused a moment, looking at the katana and considering. Then he reached his hand out to grip the shadowy hilt. In that same split second, SCP-076-2 awoke once again from his slumber and broke free of the stone cube encasing him. As he killed his way through the Foundation personnel in the facility housing SCP-076-1, Abel had only one thought in his mind. He needed that sword. You see, what the immortal maniac was unfortunately totally unaware of was the interesting effect SCP-572 could have on people. As well as being a totally useless sword, anyone who picked it up will instantly believe the katana of apparent invincibility to be an all-powerful weapon of ancient legend. Despite the sword being crudely made, blunt, and generally unfit for any use, the wielder will maintain the belief that it not only has perfect balance and cutting power, but that the sword has also imbued them with unparalleled strength and invincibility to damage. And now, either through the sword itself extending this cognito-hazardous influence into Abel's dream, or by the interference of some unknown trickery, one of the most dangerous anomalous killers in the world was making a beeline straight for SCP-572, and he wasn't the only one either. At a previous point in time, a man by the name of Zach had purchased SCP-572 on eBay, but it was far more than just an oddity to him. He wasn't looking to start a sword collection. As a child, he had been obsessed with comic book superheroes, and when Zach bought that katana, he intended to use the blade to dispense vigilante justice against those who preyed on the innocent. And even before he held it in his hands, Zach too felt the anomalous pull of the katana, knowing in his heart it was the perfect weapon to transform him into a hero. Of course, he had quickly been disproven when, on his first night of crime fighting, Zach had been hit by a mid-sized sedan in a multi-story parking lot and suffered a concussion. Sent to the hospital and then charged with attempted assault, Zach had long since lost any and all interest in ever donning his costume, comprised of hockey pads and a ski mask, or picking up the sword ever again. But as time had gone on, that old familiar pull had started to gnaw at Zach, urging him to get back in the superhero game, forgetting how poorly that had worked out for him last time. One problem still stood in his way, though. He needed his trusty sword back. Of course, in the time since he'd hung up his hero outfit, Clancy had gotten his hands on SCP-572, and then right before Zach could steal it back, the Foundation had taken it. It had taken him months of preparation. He'd sneakily made dealings with a janitor that worked at one of the Foundation's sites. Zach had bribed the man a lot of money in exchange for his keycard and uniform, even having to take out a second mortgage on his apartment to meet the frankly extortionate amount the janitor asked for. But it would be worth the cost, Zach told himself. If it reunited him with his trusty katana, then it would be worth it. Only then would he once again be a full hero. Shuffling through the facility, Zach dragged a mop over the floor, leaving a sign to warn the slippery hazard. He whistled to himself, trying to act as casually as possible, not realizing that he was slightly overselling it. Once he was certain the coast was clear, he made his move. SCP-572 was locked in a secure deposit box within Site-19's high-value item storage facility, right where he had been cleaning. He began searching through the various anomalous oddities kept there, until he saw it. The box containing his coveted sword. All his effort in infiltrating the Foundation had finally paid off. It was all leading to this, his comeback in crime fighting. It was at this precise moment that Abel came bursting through a nearby door. Completely befuddled, Zach quickly found himself thrown to one side by the much stronger man.
Out of my way, weakling!
Abel roared before turning to face the deposit box holding SCP-572. Gripping the box, Abel used his superhuman strength to tear it open, as though the container was made from cardboard. There it was. Stored safely within was the weapon he had been seeking, the same all-powerful sword from his vision.
At last,
he declared, reaching for the hilt.
This sword belongs to me.
The second that Abel hoisted it into the air, he felt a human weight dash towards him, only to shrug it off as it made impact. Zach tumbled to the floor, winded as Abel barely flinched at the attempted tackle.
You fool,
he roared.
You dare come at me? You'll be the first to fall to my new blade, the first of this pathetic world of unworthy opponents to die in my conquest.
Zach frighteningly raised his arms in an attempt to shield himself. When Abel raised the sword menacingly above his head, the mortal man knew what the sword was capable of, or so he thought. As Abel brought the blade swiping downwards, its true ineffectiveness as a melee weapon was on full display. SCP-572's dull, poorly balanced blade barely grazed Zach's arms as he protected his face. In fact, beyond the initial swat, it barely hurt.
I don't understand,
Abel stammered, looking at the katana in confusion.
This is meant to be a warrior blade, a weapon of champions and conquerors.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Zach replied, also suffering from SCP-572's cognitohazardous effect. He'd fully expected to die a second ago, slain by the very weapon he had been hoping to reclaim. Still, maybe it's just because it's your first go? I could show you how to—
Silence! I will not fall for that,
Abel interrupted.
Let me see here, maybe the angle was off? Or how about I use both hands here? Let me just—
Once again, Abel hoisted the weapon, this time with both hands tightly gripping the blade, intending to bring it slashing down in a big swing like a woodsman cleaving a log in two. Unfortunately, as he raised the sword, the blade caught an exposed light fixture above. Sparks burst from the ceiling as an electrical current shot through the metal and gave Abel a nasty shock.
Oh, God! What is the meaning of this?
He shouted in frustration.
I've been alive for centuries, killed thousands upon thousands of men since the dawn of civilization. Why can't I use this sword?
Well, performance issues for a guy your age? Hardly an uncommon problem, Zach joked. Both turned at the sound of a door kicked open, the clomp of heavy boots on the ground as a Foundation security team burst in. SCP-076-2, drop your weapons and— The commander stopped mid-shout. Wait, that's not one of his regular swords, is it? Sir, that's, One of the officers paused inside. I think that's SCP-572.
Attack me!
Abel yelled at the Foundation officers, pointing the dull tip of the katana at them.
If you dare, for now I wield the greatest blade known to the universe. You will all fall in a single stroke of my new weapon. And once you have fallen, so shall the world!
SCP-076-2. Abel, look, just put the thing down, the commander urged. Trust me, you'll thank yourself.
You pathetic fools are so afraid of the chaos I will unleash,
the warrior declared.
Such unworthy opponents!
Okay, I've seen enough, the security commander sighed. Deadly force authorized. Light 'em up, boys! On the commander's signal, a hail of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down on Abel. He slashed SCP-572 through the air, certain that what he thought was a mighty sword could easily cut through the oncoming bullets. Of course, that may have been true if SCP-572's only real power was not having any power at all. Each shot struck Abel's center mass, barely damaging him given his body's natural resilience to harm, particularly from such small arms fire. Although he didn't find it any less annoying that he couldn't seem to properly wield his new katana.
Oh, are you kidding me?
He huffed to himself.
What is with me today? Can't get the hang of this thing. Come on, Abel, it's still a sword. The weapon that will allow me to conquer this whole world, but if I can just get the swing right!
Calmly knowing that the weapon itself posed no threat, even in the hands of an immortal mass murderer, the security team moved in to apprehend Abel. Before they could take the katana from his hands, he dashed towards them, swiping the sword back and forth, hoping to at least hit someone to get the ball rolling on his omnicidal rampage. Instead, thanks to the influence of SCP-572, he miscalculated, took a wrong step, and slipped over on a patch of freshly mopped tile, landing in a heap next to a wet floor sign. The security team all winced, feeling the second-hand embarrassment practically radiating off of Abel as the ancient anomalous warrior lay on the floor after a spectacular fall. Then, one by one, they all burst out into uncontrollable fits of laughter. But while they were distracted, they were completely oblivious to Zach, who emerged from his hiding place and picked SCP-572 up off the floor. He breathed a sigh of relief, reunited with his prized weapon, having forgotten the severe injury it caused him last time.
You,
Abel wheezed, still lying in a puddle of mop water.
Who are you?
Zach gave a slight smile, unzipping the janitor's overalls he had on to reveal a set of hockey pads underneath. He slipped a ski mask over his face before turning back to Abel and replying in his most epic voice, "I'm Captain Katana." Unfortunately, his return to crime fighting would be as short-lived as Abel's own turn with SCP-572, as Captain Katana found himself hit by a bus on his way home after trying to use the katana of apparent invincibility to cut said bus in half down the middle, and failing in a rather painful fashion. If you've ever read the book of Genesis, which is the part of the Old Testament that details God creating the world and humanity during a particularly busy week, then you might just be already familiar with SCP-001, or at least one of the anomalies that's been proposed for the title of SCP-001. Because of course, SCP-001 doesn't refer to a single creature, object, or entity, but rather a collection of various anomalies contained by the SCP Foundation. Anomalies sharing the name SCP-001 include the infamous Scarlet King, a powerful eldritch being intent on ending all of creation that is thought by Foundation researchers to be one of the most dangerous beings in this and any other universe. But the Scarlet King isn't the only incredibly powerful being categorized as SCP-001. In fact, there are plenty of other anomalies with similar levels of destructive power. And one such being is a creature codenamed the Gate Guardian. Standing at well over 1,000 feet tall, the Gate Guardian is impossible to be fully contained by any means that the Foundation possesses. The anomaly itself, despite its colossal size, is humanoid in its shape, sporting wings that protrude from its back. While it usually has 4 of these, SCP-001 has historically been seen to have any number of wings between 2 and 108, sprouting from various places over its body, including its shoulders, ankles, wrists, and even its temples. This gigantic guardian also carries its own weapon, referred to as SCP-001-2. This weapon resembles an enormous knife or sword, capable of emitting plumes of flame. According to tests conducted by the Foundation, the temperature of the flames produced by SCP-001 rival that of our very own Sun. For reference, the Sun has a core temperature of over 27 million degrees Fahrenheit and 5,778 Kelvin at its surface, or almost 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. You would expect a flaming sword that burns hotter than the sun to cause a considerable amount of damage, even if it wasn't in use, but the flames emitted by the weapon leave no lasting damage on the surrounding environment. It is capable, though, of annihilating anything that strays too close to SCP-001, burning them so intensely that their atoms literally separate, breaking potential attackers apart on a molecular level. Much as its codename suggests, the Gate Guardian stands solemnly at the threshold of some form of dimensional gateway, which is equally tall as SCP-001 itself. Behind the Guardian is a lush grove, abundant with fruit trees of astronomical size, as well as other beings that share a similar appearance to SCP-001. This grove is thought to be the Garden of Eden, the paradise that God created and that was inhabited by Adam and Eve, the first 2 humans in existence, according to the book of Genesis. As the tale goes, the pair were created by God himself and permitted to live in the Garden of Eden as long as they followed a single rule. Adam and Eve were instructed not to eat any of the fruit that grew from certain trees that God had specified. Within view just behind the Gate Guardian are 2 immense trees, one bearing apples and the other bearing different fruit of an unknown type. The one that looks like an apple tree is believed, even by some in the Foundation, to be the biblical tree of knowledge that Eve was convinced to pick a fateful apple from after an encounter with a snake. The other, the one with unidentifiable fruit, is thought to be the tree of life. However, this is all speculation, since it is currently impossible to venture through this gateway and verify if the realm beyond is truly the Bible's own Garden of Eden. This is largely because anything that breaches a kilometer-wide radius of SCP-001 is instantly vaporized. The Gate Guardian attacks with imperceptible speed, using its flaming sword to smite any person that gets too close. The Guardian actually moves so fast that it can hardly be seen with the naked eye. It appears to always remain in its solemn, dutiful stance with its weapon drawn and head bowed, only shifting for a fraction of a nanosecond to attack. Ranged attacks against the Guardian are just as ineffective, with all projectiles fired at SCP-001 reduced to atoms before they can do any harm. Even if said projectile happens to be a nuclear weapon, the Gate Guardian will be able to subatomically vaporize both the projectile itself as well as the person who sent it, regardless of how far away they are, all while not appearing to lift a finger. During an experiment involving SCP-001 on December 26, 2004, an SCP Foundation nuclear submarine called Nautilus launched a series of multi-warhead intercontinental ballistic missiles at the Gate Guardian. The retaliation from the Guardian resulted not only in the deaths of approximately 35,000 innocent civilians, but the blast is also believed by some to have inadvertently caused the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami. The severity of this incident came dangerously close to revealing the Foundation's existence to the world, resulting in them rapidly deploying any means necessary to erase any trace of the 35,000 victims' families, friends, and other related individuals. In order to avoid questioning, the SCP Foundation administered amnestics on an almost worldwide scale, and the O5 Council banned any further tests on SCP-001 that involved nuclear weapons. In what was hoped by the Foundation to be a test with lower stakes, they sent an expendable D-Class personnel towards SCP-001. The D-Class approached the area where the Gate Guardian is located, and as soon as they saw it, they could hear a very clear command in their mind: leave. The D-Class personnel reacted exactly the same way you or I would. They promptly turned and started to walk away. They didn't need a 1,000-foot-tall entity with a flaming sword to tell them twice. The researchers running the experiment were not swayed by the request and ordered the D-Class to continue moving towards SCP-001. When the D-Class continued to ignore their commands, they were terminated, as is standard policy when dealing with an insubordinate member of D-Class. SCP-001 appeared not to like this for some reason though, and the researcher site as well as the researchers themselves were immediately obliterated by an unknown force, though it's a pretty safe guess that a certain flaming weapon was responsible. This candidate for SCP-001 may be one of, if not the most powerful being that the SCP Foundation has ever encountered. And according to its entry in the SCP-001 file, the Guardian is even responsible for the creation of the Foundation itself. If the file is to be believed, the administrator of the SCP Foundation one day heard a word echoing through his head: prepare. This one-word instruction led him to starting the SCP Foundation, containing countless dangerous anomalies and entities in preparation for an uncertain future. In all that time, since the very beginning of the Foundation, the Gate Guardian has remained standing at its post. While it is not aggressive nor openly hostile towards humanity, the Gate Guardian doesn't seem to care much for us either, at least as individuals. It rarely interacts with human beings when left unprovoked, and venturing too close to the Guardian, however, is not an automatic death sentence. The Guardian first communicates with any living being approaching it via a telepathic message, instructing them to either leave or forget. If whomever has stepped too close to SCP-001 complies with the instructions, they'll be able to freely leave the area, while simultaneously forgetting every detail of the Gate Guardian's existence. Ignore these warnings though, and SCP-001 has no qualms about completely eliminating you from reality. Given its enormous destructive potential, it is no wonder that the Foundation has tried to use the Gate Guardian to eliminate other dangerous SCPs, each with varying results. The Foundation at one time even attempted to use the Gate Guardian to destroy the infamously indestructible SCP-682, better known by the appropriate name of the hard-to-destroy reptile. Due to the malicious contempt SCP-682 holds for human beings and all other forms of life, it is perhaps one of the most dangerous anomalies the SCP Foundation has in containment. SCP-682 is also one of the few creatures the Foundation actively wants to terminate, a task made that much harder given that 682 can regenerate its entire form from as little as a single cell. The Gate Guardian had already shown time and time again that it was capable of massive destruction, and researchers working for the Foundation hoped to harness that power to rid the world of SCP-682 for good. 682 was placed on an unmanned vehicle and carried to within 1 kilometer of the Gate Guardian. The Guardian attacked the vehicle, seriously wounding but not killing 682. It seemed even the mighty SCP-001 couldn't kill the hard-to-destroy reptile. While the researchers were disappointed with this result, it is worth noting that 682 made a very interesting comment to the Guardian. 682 mentioned that the Gate Guardian is not Uriel, but a pretender. Uriel is the archangel that some religious texts describe as the Guardian standing at the Gate of Eden with a fiery sword. So does this mean that 682 knows that the Gate Guardian is not actually an angel? Or that the location it is guarding isn't the Garden of Eden at all? Any truth or meaning behind these comments has, as of yet, been undetermined by the SCP Foundation. A later experiment involved both SCP-001 and SCP-073, the anomaly otherwise known as Cain. Cain is a male humanoid of possible Arabic descent whose arms, legs, spine, and shoulders are replaced in an almost cyborg-like fashion with beryllium bronze. Much like the Gate Guardian, SCP-073 may also be the same as the one mentioned in the Bible's book of Genesis, who, according to the biblical story, murdered his own brother Abel out of spite. As punishment for his actions, Cain was cursed to eternally suffer for his wrongdoing. In the case of SCP-073, any damage inflicted on him is deflected back to the attacker, but Cain is made to feel the pain of the attack. Any plants or plant-based matter withers and rots in his presence, and he is cursed with a perfect memory, keeping him forever haunted by his murder of Abel. When Cain was brought before the Gate Guardian, an unknown incident occurred. The Foundation's records are heavily expunged, but we do know that somehow Cain's usual ability to deflect incoming damage back at his attacker had no effect on SCP-001. The encounter left SCP-073 unconscious and even permanently blinded nearby research personnel. It was as a direct result of this incident that the O5 Council demanded that no further experiments of any kind were to be conducted on SCP-001, with the administrator even filing an executive order that no SCPs be exposed to the Guardian, and that SCP-001 was to never be used for the attempted termination of other SCPs. Of course, perhaps it wasn't just the mistakes of the past that made the Council decide that SCP-001 was best left alone. At some point, an erratic transmission was received from Site-0 by Foundation personnel, detailing an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. In the transmission, the sender, believed to be another member of the SCP Foundation, described an event during which the Gate Guardian finally left its post, stepping away from the entrance to the Garden of Eden. SCP-001 has left its location, the sender wrote. The gate is open. They are riding forth. Oh God, it's so beautiful. The transmission then goes on to repeat various phrases including, "The Lord shall reign forever," and "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." What can be inferred from the rambling transmission is that the event being described is the end of the world. Some believe that once God deems it time, his angelic armies will lay waste to the earth in order to remake it as a paradise. When this occurs, SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, will open the gate he stands in front of, allowing the other beings like it to emerge into our world, ready to cleanse it. Perhaps most interesting is the source of the message. The transmission was received from within the Foundation from Site-0. However, when questioned by personnel, O5-14 told them that no such message had been sent or even existed. While some disregarded the transmission telling of the end of the world as a hoax, it was then that a timestamp was discovered. This warning had not been sent from Site-0, at least not yet, and was dated several years in the future. Despite this ominous warning of things to come, the Gate Guardian remains inactive, standing at the threshold to Eden, waiting. "Any changes today?" the younger security officer Zach asked as he stepped into the watchtower. "As if," replied his superior, a jaded, cynical old man who insisted on being referred to as Mr. Jefferson. "The darn thing hasn't moved, spoken, or done so much as stretch one of those wings of his." "Another day at the office, then," Zach joked. Through the window, the pair of them looked through at the towering figure a few kilometers away. SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, stood motionless, its fiery sword in its hand, ever protecting its post at the precipice between our world and paradise. It had long been stationed at the entrance of a dimensional gateway that led to what was believed to be the Garden of Eden, described in the biblical Old Testament. Much like the security officers in the Foundation's base tasked with watching the Guardian, this was pretty much the extent of the day's activities. "Hey, did you see that news about the transfer posting?" Zach asked, trying to stave off boredom with as much conversation he could squeeze out of his fellow officer. "Yeah, I saw it," Mr. Jefferson scoffed, rolling his eyes. "What possesses someone like Robert Montauk to come down here?" Must have wanted a quieter post," Zach reasoned, looking out at the stillness of the Gate Guardian. "Won't find one any quieter than here," Jefferson mused. "Him showing up will be the most exciting thing that's happened here in a long while." Unbeknownst to both Zach and Mr. Jefferson, Dr. Robert Montauk would be only joining the team at the Gate Guardian observation site for a short while. Not one of them, nor anybody else within the Foundation, could ever guess Montauk's true intentions behind venturing there in the first place. He wanted an audience with the Gate Guardian itself. Approaching the colossal 1,000-foot-tall being, Dr. Montauk crossed the threshold of the minimum safe distance from the Guardian. Given the sheer heat of its weapon, hotter than Earth's sun, anything within a kilometer of SCP-001 was at risk of being obliterated, vaporized into atoms if they didn't turn back, which, through a voice that immediately rang out in Montauk's ears, the Gate Guardian commanded him to do.
Leave!
Its psychic message boomed.
Wait!
Dr. Montauk urged, holding up his hands in what would have been a futile defense against the Guardian's sword.
I know what you do when people don't listen to your commands, but please, just give me a minute.
There was silence. SCP-001 didn't reply. There was nobody else close enough to hear Montauk speak to it. So, he continued.
You are impossibly old. We know that much about you. And because of that, you must have seen things that we can't even begin to imagine, much less fully comprehend. But I've come a very long way to request that you impart some information to me, if you can.
He paused again, as if waiting for a reply that never came. The Gate Guardian merely stood in the same defensive, unwavering stance.
Tell me, please, how much do you know about the Scarlet King?
By this point in time, although the Foundation was yet to realize, Dr. Robert Montauk was slowly going insane. His investigations into an anomalous entity known as the Scarlet King were gradually corrupting him, as he tried relentlessly to quantify exactly what this entity was and how great of a threat it posed. Little did Montauk realize that, in trying so hard to define and comprehend the being, he was inadvertently fueling its power. The Scarlet King was an interdimensional warmongerer, an embodiment of hatred and chaos, and Dr. Robert Montauk was slowly falling under the King's influence. Upon hearing the tiny human figure utter his question, the immense Gate Guardian rebutted with another single-word psychic command, one it had never been recorded giving before.
Witness!
As if his increasing instability and the creeping influence of the Scarlet King hadn't made Montauk feel bad enough, he instantly felt sick. There was a searing pain behind his eyes, like he was staring directly at the sun, accompanied by a nausea that made his head spin. It took a moment of enduring the horrific sensation before he realized what was happening. The Guardian was trying to show him something. Rather than give any information on the Scarlet King verbally, SCP-001 was imparting a psychic vision onto Montauk, a memory of events long past, the answers he sought, a warning, or perhaps all three. The vision showed Montauk a time so long ago that it couldn't ever be forgotten, for there was barely anyone alive to remember it in the first place. It was eons in the past, long before the comparatively recent dawn of humanity, a time only spoken of in the Dust and Blood Tablet, an artifact of the Davite civilization, some of the earliest worshippers of the Scarlet King himself. And there, marching up to the entrance of Eden, was the crimson-clad eldritch abomination and a horde of horrors with him. According to the story recorded in the Dust and Blood Tablet, this would have been much earlier in the life of the Scarlet King, perhaps even before he assumed his now infamous title. Back then, he would most likely have been known as his original name of Kanthrak, one of multiple siblings born when the Tree of Life was planted, and thus created all life in the multiverse. But, being the only one of his siblings cursed with awareness, knowing the pain his existence brought him, Kanthrak would eventually set out on his lifelong mission to destroy all of existence across every dimension. And he started by killing his siblings, consuming them to claim their power for himself. Around this time in prehistory, the being that would one day become known as Scarlet King didn't quite possess the power that he would several millennia later. Although that's not to say he was an unformidable force of destruction, fueled by his singular hatred for existence. His vow to destroy extended to the Tree of Life that had caused him to be, along with the tree's creator and all of their creation. In other words, everything in the multiverse, all of creation, if you will. So what was the Scarlet King doing there so long ago, at the dimensional doorway protected by the Gate Guardian? Well beyond the boundary between it and the rest of the infinite multiverse lay the supposed Garden of Eden. While it is unknown if it is in fact the same Eden referred to in the Book of Genesis is up for debate, especially among the Foundation. But at a glance, even through the gate, it certainly does look like a paradise. The space is filled with lush vegetation of astronomical size, populated by a number of beings that seem to resemble the Gate Guardian itself. And there, protected by its watchful caretaker, are two trees. One is thought to be the Tree of Knowledge, that Eve was tricked into eating an apple from during the Book of Genesis. The other, however, bears an unknown type of fruit, and is widely believed to be the Tree of Life. Now back in the modern age, there's never been a conclusive link between the Tree of Life mentioned by the Devites and their barbaric civilization's legends regarding the creation of the Scarlet King. But the fact that so long ago he and his most feared generals were bearing down on the Gate Guardian's position, defending a garden where there was known to be a tree of that description, well, it all seems rather conclusive now. Alongside Kahraak were 6 of his 7 daughters, each one of them a fearsome abomination much like their destructive father. As they approached, not one needed to exchange any words with their angelic protector of Eden. The Gate Guardian knew what these monsters were here for. They would stop at nothing to pass through his gate and uproot the Tree of Life, the progenitor of all living beings in all of existence. Even though it was early in Kahraak's career as the rampaging interdimensional warlord he so is, he was as steadfast as ever in his goal to annihilate every corner of creation, every dimension, every parallel plane of reality, every single pocket of existence across infinity. They'd all come undone if he burned the Tree of Life, pulled it out at the roots, and splintered it until nothing remained. To the once and future Scarlet King, that the same tree had led to his own tortured existence. It was the source of his suffering, and it had to be destroyed. The only thing standing in his way was a figure as colossal as Kahraak himself, wielding a flaming sword. "Leave!" boomed the psychic voice of the Gate Guardian. It was like a doorman standing before a group of rowdy teenagers trying to force their way into a movie theater. Except these rowdy teens were the Scarlet King, his horrifying daughters, and the forces he had already amassed since his creation. The Horde stood ready, waiting for the commands of their king, who they thought would gladly lead the charge as they marched on the Garden of Eden to begin the destruction of existence. But that's not what happened. Usually the Scarlet King would never shy away from a fight, preferring to lead the charge when it came to a slaughter. Instead, he commanded his first daughter, Ativik, to commence the first attack on the protector who stood in their path. On her foul father's word, Ativik took her horde and charged at the Guardian. What she and her forces lacked in numerical advantage, Ativik more than made up for in her knowledge of war. She hungered for it, sought dominion. That was her seal after all. And yet, in the face of this impending onslaught, the Gate Guardian remained still, rooted to the same spot it had as always, and would always be standing in. A number of Ativik's minions burst into flames, the very fabric of their crude form separated on a molecular level as they were effortlessly rendered into nothingness. Still, the Gate Guardian hadn't appeared to move an inch, had exerted no energy, despite the damage it had done to Ativik and her forces in defense of Eden. As his first daughter screeched and howled in despair at the decimation of her horde, her children, the Scarlet King decided he needed to better understand his opponent. With a wave of his clawed crimson hand, the king commanded his next daughter, Aghor, to send forth her own army. In a tidal wave of nightmarish creatures, Aghor sent her horrific children into battle. She possessed a far greater quantity to do battle on her father's behalf. Perhaps Aghor even believed that was the Scarlet King's plan. With a greater number of her forces over her sisters, maybe she would be able to overwhelm the Guardian. But even as her own children began to be vaporized the closer that they got to the gate, Aghor had no idea she was little more than a pawn, being sacrificed so that Kahraak could learn more about his imposing angelic enemy. Another of the Scarlet King's daughters, a being known as Anhuit, was the next called up to contribute to the unfolding battle. Although to call it a battle undersells just how easily the Gate Guardian seemed to be eliminating the oncoming forces without even moving. While an outwardly frail-seeming creature, Anhuit's primary strength over her sisters was a proficiency in magic, her innate ability to warp and reshape reality around her. It was that power that had caused her father to be wary of her, viewing Anhuit's abilities as a threat to his leadership. And so Kantrak had her crippled and all her children, leaving them unable to overthrow him, but still loyal to their king. Obeying her father's command, perhaps out of the same loyalty or fear that he would harm her and her children further if she disobeyed, Anhuit unfurled her magic. She reshaped the world around them, making it so that the passage of time moved so much slower. And that was what revealed to the Scarlet King his enemy's greatest strength in combat. The Gate Guardian had so far been able to obliterate both Ativik and now Aghor's forces without seeming to move, but it wasn't by standing still. It was moving, just much faster than the blink of Scarlet King's multiple eyes. Now that Anhuit's magic had slowed the passage of time, the Gate Guardian could be seen doing battle. As Aghor's atrocities spilled towards the angel to try and overwhelm it, it effortlessly blocked the oncoming attacks with its sword. Everything the flaming blade connected with instantly evaporated, bursting into atoms as they were practically cleaved out of existence by the Gate Guardian's mighty weapon. Even with time slowed to a crawl, the towering winged protector of Eden only appeared to be moving at an average speed. But when time flowed normally, without Anhuit manipulating reality, the Guardian was simply too fast to be observed. Resisting the urge to dive headfirst into the fight himself, the Scarlet King knew it would likely lead to his untimely demise. He refused to accept that. It could not happen, but he still had yet to amass the strength he would need as he continued his ascent. So while time was slowed to a crawl and the Gate Guardian was still engaged in combat with Aghor's forces, he turned to another of his remaining daughters, Adista. If the Scarlet King and his forces couldn't get past the Guardian, they could still try to get to the Tree of Life while the Protector's focus was diverted. Adistat unleashed a wave of pestilence, sickness, and disease spewing from her in a cloud of vapor, heading straight towards the Angelic Garden and Eden's entrance beyond. The Scarlet King knew this latest attack wouldn't phase or weaken the Gate Guardian. He hoped the foul smog would instead pass through the gateway itself into the garden. As Adistat sent forth her power, blood and ash soaked the landscape around them. All the plants outside the entrance to Eden withered and died, shriveling and decomposing as the disgusting fog rolled towards the gate. It washed over the Guardian, whose form only seemed to glow brighter as he repelled the pestilence. It was as if it didn't even need to think about it, still focused on finishing off the rest of the oncoming army. As its glow intensified, so did the fiery sword that the Gate Guardian swung with ease and finesse. Flames burst from the blade, the encroaching fumes catching fire, along with the air itself. It ignited in a wave of fire, a defensive inferno that repelled this latest attack. But for a brief few moments, while time stayed slow, before Anhuit's hold on reality inevitably broke, the king had sent forth Atilif. Of all his spawn, she was the most reserved, keeping mostly to herself, never speaking. She and her children could change their faces and forms, shift into anything or anyone, and walk undetected through the multiverse. And now her father was employing her incredible stealth abilities to slip behind enemy lines, while the Gate Guardian was finishing off the remaining onslaught from Kanhrak's other daughters. It was as Atilif drew near, creeping unseen closer and closer to the entrance, keeping the Scarlet King out of Eden, that the Guardian seemed to pause. It slowly, ominously turned its huge head, tilting until it was looking directly at Atilif. If its expression could be seen, maybe the Gate Guardian would almost be impressed that someone was able to sneak past it. After all, it was a feat that no other being in creation could ever hope to accomplish. But then again, with its steadfast conviction and dedication to its protective duty, maybe it would have looked upon Atilif with anger. With a cleaving swing of its scorching sword, the Gate Guardian unfurled a tidal wave of fire that engulfed everything around it. Not just Atilif, but Ativik, Aghor, and Adistat. All the king's daughters that had attacked so far, along with every one of their own children, were instantly obliterated. They were all reduced to empty, vacant spaces where they had once been, their atoms separated by the searing swing of the Guardian's weapon. The devastating blow by his adversary did little to deter the Scarlet King from his mission. He was still set on destroying the Tree of Life, and no loss was too great in his pursuit of destroying existence. He barely cared that 4 of his own daughters had just been unmade by the Guardian. Anhuit was still there, clinging on to time as if it were a thrashing animal. The Scarlet King could simply make her restore her fallen sisters and their forces. He had lost nothing, but had held back for too long, and slowly drew his own weapon out of thin air. Wielding a sword that was as blood-soaked as the Guardian's was hot, the Scarlet King locked blades with the one being standing in their way. Both the ancient angelic defender and the attacking eldritch abomination were evenly matched. Every one of their vicious strikes against the other met with an equally strong parry. A weapon of extreme, all-consuming heat blocked swipes from a sharp, serrated edge that matched the deep red that would be forever synonymous with Kamprak. The force of their 2 swords clashing and striking each other was so great that it rippled out from their one-on-one fight. The landscape around them was flattened, wiped clean of any remaining plant life that hadn't already been destroyed by the forces of the King's daughters. Despite having acquired nowhere near the power he would thousands of years after this fight, the Scarlet King was still a formidable force in single combat, and yet the Gate Guardian seemed incapable of tiring or weakening, still standing strong against the onslaught. Even after wiping multiple armies out with its flaming sword, the Guardian was still able to hold its own against the Scarlet King, who was furious, enraged at being so close to the Tree of Life, yet unable to get past his angelic adversary. He'd need to be stronger, faster, even more ruthless than the warlord he already was. Despite Anhuit slowing down time, the King and the Guardian were at a stalemate. Time. That was it. The Scarlet King needed more time. Withdrawing from the fight, he realized that this was a battle that could not be won by sheer brute force alone. His mission to destroy all creation, to get to the Tree of Life, would take cunning, deception, and more time. If he let it, the Gate Guardian could easily kill Kamprak. Its flaming weapon could cleave him out of existence, and that would end the King's torment. But it wouldn't be enough. A death would be unsatisfying, knowing that the rest of existence would go on after he was gone. The Scarlet King couldn't accept that. It wasn't enough. So he did the one thing nobody would expect of him. He made a deal with the Gate Guardian. It was an action still fueled by his infinite hatred for all existence, his yearning for total chaos. The Scarlet King knew that one day, an event would arrive where the Guardian and the other beings like it in the Garden of Eden would spill forth and deliver judgment on this world. And when that rapture happened, the Tree of Life would be undefended. The Scarlet King bartered with the Guardian that he would retreat for the time being, so he could spend eons amassing more and more power. Then, when the fateful day arrived, the Gate Guardian would allow him into Eden to destroy the Tree of Life, while it and its brethren were busy conducting the rapture. Halting their fight, the Scarlet King offered a crimson claw to the Gate Guardian's burning hand. Returning to reality from the intense vision, still feeling sick at what he had witnessed, Robert Montauk looked up at the still, silent form of the Gate Guardian.
Did you do it?
He yelled, desperate to know more through his obsession with the Scarlet King.
Did you tell him yes? Did you make a deal?
There was no answer from the Guardian, just a single word that echoed through Montauk's fractured mind.
Leave!
The SCP Foundation's existence might be a frightening thing to some, but if you ask us, it's comforting. Of course, the existence of the Foundation implies the existence of all the mind-meltingly terrifying entities they combat on a daily basis. But doesn't it put your mind at least a little at ease to know somebody out there knows what's going on? After all, sometimes knowledge is the only light we have in the darkness. It is humanity's greatest strength, to know things and to act accordingly. From knowledge, we can understand our enemies and the threats they pose against us. From knowledge, we can build sturdier defenses. From knowledge, we can develop the means to finally effectively strike back. And nobody among the ranks of humanity has more knowledge than the SCP Foundation. So what happens when the knowledge of the SCP Foundation fails us? What happens when a concept eludes even them? A concept like, say, SCP-2317, an old wooden door that hides within a truly terrible secret, a secret known by many as the Devourer of Worlds, a beast every bit as powerful and unpleasant as that name suggests. The SCP Foundation performs a complex set of rituals every single day to keep him contained, and if the top brass of the Foundation is to be believed, then these rituals are effective. But I think we all know better than to believe everything we're told around here, don't we? The truth is, beyond the wooden door known as SCP-2317, there is a hellish desert world, underneath which the Devourer of Worlds awaits. He is kept in place, bound by ancient chains created by a race that has long since been lost to the history books. And while the Foundation tells its underlings that the rituals D-Class personnel perform here every day helps to keep these chains in place, this is little more than a placebo. The rituals only exist to make the Foundation feel like they're doing something to bide time, while they figure out an actual lasting solution. In reality, based on the Foundation's current knowledge, these chains could break any day now, and sadly, there's nothing they can do about it. This may seem like the worst possible truth to learn, but we can think of one even worse truth, that any day now is today. When the chain breaks, the ground begins to rumble worldwide, like an earthquake so great it might even split the planet in two. No conventional scientist anywhere in the world has any idea what's happening, but the SCP Foundation does. For the first time in recorded history, the entire O5 Council are quaking. It's Judgment Day, and their every sin is on an express trip back to get them. They put out a call to dispatch every single mobile task force worldwide to come to Site-19 and combat this new threat. But deep down, the council members silently worried that this would be about as effective as the sham rituals they claimed every day would protect them. Meanwhile, Site-19 exploded. Most of the Foundation personnel and anomalies stationed there perished in an instant, as a giant clawed hand rose out of the ground, grasping at the sunlight for the first time in millions of years since imprisonment. Its sheer size, hundreds of kilometers in height, displaces and destroys the land around it as it climbs free from the earth. The Devourer of Worlds is a monster of such magnitude that it dwarfs even the Foundation's mightiest weapons, but their mobile task forces fight valiantly, or perhaps foolishly, nonetheless. The Foundation went in with its finest resources and weaponry, from advanced cruise missiles to classified laser projectile weapons that conventional militaries wouldn't be finding for another century, and all of it amounted to be the strength of getting a mid-rate birthday clown's cheap cream pie to the face. The thick, scaly hide of the beast somehow rejected everything they threw at it. Jets were scrambled, flying around the Devourer's gargantuan head and peppering its great eye with bullets, followed by heat-guided rockets. Nothing. The monster simply swatted them out of the air with its claws. Down below, ground forces mobilized en masse, from tanks to turrets, unleashing all kinds of hell onto the Devourer of Worlds from below. And still, what good did it do? The monster simply kept walking, killing thousands with every footfall. Its magnitude was simply unfathomable. Scranton reality anchors were placed at its feet in hopes of creating some kind of trap, but its ancient feet defied their force. Every mobile task force from Hammerdown to Samsara did what they could, and what they could do ultimately amounted to a fat lot of nothing. The rampage of the Devourer was undeterred. Within an hour, he would reach a population center, and then true hell would be unleashed upon the human race. But sometimes the only thing that could destroy something inhuman was something so much more than human. Over in the low-risk humanoid containment center of Site-17, SCP-343, perhaps better known as God, was watching all the horror unfold in his mind's eye. So the Devourer was finally free and wreaking havoc on the world that he put so much effort into creating. No, that simply would not do. How could he let such a vulgar creature taking billions of years of beauty, love, kindness, happiness, and natural majesty and turn it all into ash and dust? He would not stand for it. But God, while unimaginably powerful, is a philosopher, not a warrior. It would be not only beneath his celestial position, but dangerous for all life on Earth if he were to unleash the power required to destroy the Devourer himself. The armies of God are the greatest in heaven or Earth, but he would need a champion to lead them. And while the operatives of the SCP Foundation fought and died bravely for the human race, SCP-343 blipped out of Site-17 and reappeared in the Middle East, where his champion would be waiting, guarding the gate to paradise. SCP-001, in this case known as the Gate Guardian. A huge glowing humanoid with wings made of fire and a sword hotter than the sun, capable of cleaving its enemies apart on the atomic level. Typically, any being who traveled within a kilometer of the Gate Guardian would receive this treatment, a strike so powerful that in the aftermath, not even dust would remain. But when SCP-343 appeared mere feet away from the mighty Gate Guardian, the Guardian fell to one knee and bowed its glowing head in holy reverence.
"Master,"
the Guardian said,
"you have returned to me at long last. I will do thy bidding. What must be done?"
"Uriel," God said gravely, "an enemy is at the gates, one more powerful than this world has ever known. Battle him while I gather the armies. Do whatever it takes. He must be stopped." The Gate Guardian Uriel rose to his feet, spreading his great wings of fire.
"It shall be done, my lord."
Uriel boomed, and faster than any human being could possibly perceive it, he had taken off into the sky, leaving the gate behind him unguarded for the first time in the memory of the human race. God sighed. It was time to finally open it. Back with the Devourer and the Mobile Task Force Army trying in vain to slow his advance. For the most part, the creature's hide was so thick, it was hard to even know if he noticed most of the puny humans firing on it. Some of the ones down below, driven half mad with fear, rage, and the crushing weight of futility, pulled out knives, swords, and bayonets and ran at the creature's feet, stabbing away even as their blades were blunted and destroyed. Of course, the Devourer of Worlds paid no mind to them. It had something else in its sights. A human city, a mere handful of steps away. Yes, so teeming with life, such delicious morsels. The Devourer would live up to his terrifying namesake and feast on them all. Yes, it would be delicious. As he crushed further thousands of Mobile Task Force soldiers below him just by walking, he could hardly wait. Down below, things had never seemed so hopeless. Was this how it ended? One impotent last stand as a hungry monster of inconceivable size bulldozed through life and civilization and left nothing, nobody in its wake? Was this how the complicated but proud story of the human race would come to an end, down here in the worthless, blood-soaked mud? That's when something changed. The sky, once blotted out with the Devourer's shadow, was lit up by a brilliant white light, a light so dazzling, so holy and pure that it gave even the Devourer pause. The human beings down below wept with joy and numinous awe. It was him. It was SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, spreading his fiery wings and drawing his solar sword.
"My master ordered me to destroy you."
His deafening psychic voice boomed.
"And thus you shall be destroyed. Prepare to meet your maker."
The Devourer immediately let out a world-shaking roar, so powerful that many of the humans down below felt their brains rattling and their ears literally beginning to bleed. The beast reached for Uriel with its huge clawed hand, moving at impossible speeds for a creature its size. Onlookers gasped in shock. Luckily, for as surprisingly fast as the Devourer of Worlds was, Uriel was faster. Like a flash of an exploding light bulb, the Guardian darted out of the Devourer's palm and cleaved a glowing gash into the monster's wrist with his solar sword. The creature growled, taken off guard. It was the first time in millions of years since it was attacked and bound by those impossible celestial armies that it had felt pain. What was this mysterious warrior of fire? All the Devourer knew was that if it wanted to turn the planet Earth into an all-you-can-eat buffet, it would need to do away with this glowing nuisance first.
"Die!"
The psychic voice of the Gate Guardian commanded as it flew in for another strike. this time cleaving into the beast's torso and leaving a long, glowing scar. But he didn't stop there. The Gate Guardian had changed posture from a defensive territorial stance to an all-out offensive warpath, as commanded by his all-powerful master. Uriel was not arrogant. He could see that the beast he was battling was undeniably formidable, but he had slain formidable enemies before, and he would do so again now. Taking advantage of the comparative slowness and clunkiness of the Devourer, a natural side effect of its truly immense size, Uriel decided to stay mobile, flying around the Devourer like an electron orbiting the nucleus of an atom. At any moment that he, with his warrior's judgment, detected an opening, a weakness, he flew in and struck with extreme fury, leaving another glowing scar in the monster's thick scales that fizzled with the impossible heat of his sword. Each time, the beast gave a grunt or a growl in confused pain as it desperately flailed to try and grab the holy warrior. Meanwhile, the SCP Foundation had figured out what was happening and was reorienting its focus. While the Gate Guardian fought against and distracted the Devourer of Worlds, all surviving Foundation personnel, under the instruction of the O5 Council, converged on the nearest city to the Devourer. They would evacuate as many as they could, buying them more time to calculate some kind of meaningful counteroffensive to this XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. If this really could be humanity's last stand, they would go out swinging and leave their opponent with a black eye. While the evacuation efforts were underway, Uriel continued his relentless assault against the Devourer, carving scar after scar into the monster's body. He could not tell if he was leaving much lasting damage, but at the very least, he was getting the abomination's attention. After striking its body countless times though, Uriel finally felt bold enough to go against the creature's obvious weak point, its huge, staring, cycloptic eye. Perhaps with a decisive strike, he could blind the beast. Faster than the speed of sound, Uriel orbited the beast's body and reoriented himself in front of its eye. He could feel the nanoseconds passing as he charged, raising his sword. Now would be the time to end this. But wait, what's that? Why is the Devourer's eye suddenly glowing red? Before even Uriel had time to react, a tremendous force of pure energy blasted forth from the Devourer's eye, bombarding the angelic soldier and firing him straight into the ground below. He did not even know the monster possessed such a power, and now the force of it was hammering him into the earth. The blast kept going for a few more seconds, zapping Uriel's strength and introducing him to a long-forgotten pain. When the beam was done firing, Uriel felt as though he could barely move. He was a sitting duck. That's when the Devourer began marching towards him, every step rattling the earth. Even as the threat loomed, Uriel couldn't move. Was this the end?
"Forgive me, Master,"
Uriel said.
"I have failed you."
Then, Uriel noticed something. Several projectiles firing towards the Devourer's head, seemingly out of thin air. A volley of intercontinental ballistic missiles, each equipped with a nuclear payload, exploded against the creature's head, blasting it with a shockwave that rattled the mighty creature on its feet. Had human beings made such weapons?
"If they could still fight even after all this,"
Uriel thought,
"then I must fight too. I must fight to my last breath."
As the Devourer steadied itself, recovering from the nuclear bombardment to the head, Uriel rose with a terrifying warrior's roar, feeling his holy power return to him. His sword ignited, and he charged forward, faster than ever before, ready to strike clear and true into the Devourer's wretched heart. Before the beast could react, Uriel shoved his sword into the center of its chest, causing veins of agonizing flame to spread out over its whole body. At long last, he had well and truly harmed the unharmable. That knowledge sanctified him, even as the Devourer of Worlds grabbed Uriel in his fist and squeezed the life out of the warrior for God for the last time. "Good," the Devourer thought in its own way. "I can finally carry on now."
"You fought bravely, Uriel,"
said a booming voice from above the beast.
"Your sacrifice will not be in vain. That much I promise you."
Confused, the Devourer turned and looked skyward, only to see a sight that struck pure and undiluted awe into even him. It was God and his army. SCP-343 floated in the sky, lightning emanating from his very being. Around him, glowing angelic warriors, each as large and as powerful as Uriel and as numerous as the stars in the sky above. God pointed at the Devourer.
Now, my children, he said, take that thing apart for me.
Want an anomaly of your own? Check out scpswag.com for high-quality SCP merch. The SCP Foundation works very hard to keep all the knowledge and evidence of their discoveries from reaching the outside world. As far as the average person is concerned, the entities and anomalies documented by the SCP Foundation do not exist. Anyone that stumbles upon an anomaly without authorization will wind up having their memory wiped with amnestics or something far, far worse. But either way, the knowledge never enters into the general public's consciousness. But what if there was an anomaly that even the members of the Foundation didn't know about? Not because they hadn't discovered it yet, but because somehow it wouldn't let itself be known. It sounds impossible, but one particular Foundation researcher faced this paradox while covering an anomaly that is currently listed in the archives without a number, referred only as Knife. Junior researcher Harris was assigned to SCP-3955 one day and given the responsibility of examining it and cataloging any anomalous behavior displayed by the item. SCP-3955 was a simple knife of unknown make and model, about the size and sharpness of a common kitchen knife. He took the knife into the lab and ran the usual tests. He scanned the materials, tested for any kind of radiation, administered thermodynamic tests, and did everything else that is standard procedure for a new SCP. In spite of all of his efforts, he found nothing unusual about it at all. It was just a knife, with a metal blade and a wooden handle. It didn't give off radiation. It didn't have any unusual level of sharpness. It didn't glow in the dark. By all accounts, it was a completely ordinary, boring knife. So why then was it even at the Foundation in the first place? Why was his time, which could be better spent on other more pressing research, being wasted here? Junior researcher Harris decided to present his highly uneventful report to his supervisor. It was then finally that the strangeness began. At the start of the meeting, Harris's supervisor had no memory of anything being placed in P0055, where the knife was being stored. Harris confirmed that yes, there was something there. He continued his report, explaining that the knife had displayed no anomalous properties at all and didn't seem like the sort of thing the Foundation should be wasting resources on. As soon as he delivered his report, his supervisor just stared at him blankly, as if she was expecting something from him. Unsettled, Harris asked her if she was all right. She replied sharply, saying that she was perfectly fine, but was getting tired of waiting for him to give his report. Caught completely off guard, Harris gave her his report on the knife a second time, only to be met with the same blank stare. He attempted to give the report 2 more times before giving up and leaving in exasperation. Somehow, as soon as he told his supervisor about the knife, she forgot everything he said on the subject. Determined to explore this bizarre turn of events further, Harris set about recruiting a colleague to help him conduct an experiment with the knife. He managed to bribe another Foundation employee named Researcher Smalls with $5 and the appeal of an unsolved mystery, and he agreed to step in and participate. As soon as Smalls entered the room where the research was being conducted, Harris held up the knife and showed it to him. He asked Smalls, "Do you see this?" To which Smalls replied bafflingly, "See what?" Harris approached Smalls, holding the knife right up to his face. Still, Smalls insisted that he saw nothing in the room aside from Harris and himself. The more Harris pressed him, the more Smalls insisted with a smile that he did not see the knife and had no idea what Harris was talking about. In a frustrated outburst, Harris smacked Smalls across the face with the broadside of the knife. He stumbled for a moment as the blow made its impact, then steadied himself and looked at Harris with the same expression as before, the same expression he had seen on his supervisor earlier that same day. Attempting to regain his composure, Harris asked Smalls, "Did you feel that?" Smalls grinned at him and replied, "All I feel is bored." Determined to push the limits of his colleague's apparent forgetfulness, Harris cornered Smalls and raised the knife to his face once more. This time slowly, maintaining eye contact with him all the while. Harris used the blade to make a deliberate, shallow cut across Smalls' cheek. The man winced as the knife made its mark. But as soon as the blade was tucked into Harris's pocket and out of sight, he did not reference it once. He smirked at Harris with blood dripping down his cheek from a wound he would not acknowledge. This experiment with Smalls brought Harris's understanding of the knife into sharp perspective. The knife itself was not the anomaly, but rather the knife's effect on anyone who observed it. Everyone, with the inexplicable exception of Harris, who observed or learned about the knife, was rendered somehow unable to verbally acknowledge or possibly even comprehend its existence. Harris and Smalls met for dinner later that evening, and Harris was fascinated to see that his colleague's cheek was still smeared with blood. It had been left to dry there all day, undisturbed on Smalls' face. Several other researchers noticed the wound and asked Smalls about it, who insisted it was nothing. The curious parties accepted his answer, but only after looking at Harris for a long time, though they would not say it out loud. On some level they knew what had happened with the knife. When Smalls wasn't looking, Harris dosed his drink with a strong memory recovery agent developed by the Foundation's anti-memetics team and attempted to introduce Smalls to the knife again. Unfortunately, it had no effect, and Smalls was still unable to acknowledge the existence of the knife. The next day, determined to take his experimentation to the next level, Harris cut his own cheek with the knife. He walked around the facility as usual, letting his wound bleed freely onto his face and formerly pristine white lab coat. Colleagues stopped him to ask what had happened, and he told them plainly, "I cut myself with SCP-3955. Upon hearing those words, each person asking about Harris's injury immediately turned and walked away, covering their mouth. Believing the knife to be some kind of anti-meme, or an anomaly that resists being recorded or remembered, Harris administered further tests. He ran the knife through a QNTM anti-meme machine, but found nothing. The knife behaved like previous anti-memes, but was unaffected by machinery designed to observe them, and was immune to the effects of memory recovery agents designed to counter them. What then was it? Harris was beginning to feel like he was at the center of a grand practical joke, and he couldn't figure out the punchline. All he knew was that his grip on reality was beginning to slip, and the knife was to blame. Harris's supervisor stopped by his office to check in with him about SCP-4955, demanding a report on the anomaly. At the end of his rope, he responded, "What 4955?" Just as the supervisor began to reprimand him for his poor attitude, Harris took the paperwork for 4955 and shredded it into ribbons with a knife as his supervisor watched. As soon as he was finished, he looked up to see his supervisor staring at him, wide-eyed. Slowly, she lifted her hand to her mouth and began to laugh. She laughed loudly, uproariously, like it was the best joke she had ever heard. Then she asked him to take a look at SCP-3309 instead. Harris clenched his jaw, glared at her, and lifted the knife to his hand. He sliced open the tip of his finger and flicked the blood onto her face. She didn't even flinch. Instead, she turned away laughing, face still streaked with Harris's blood, and went about the rest of her day. This is the moment when Harris began to crack. All he wanted was for someone, anyone, to acknowledge the knife that was driving him out of his mind. It was as if the entire facility, including his own machinery, was gaslighting him. He decided to take more extreme measures to get everybody's attention. At this point, whatever it took, he would do it. Harris marched into the Foundation's cafeteria at lunchtime, carrying his usual bag. He walked into the center of the room, taking in the sight of his colleagues. His supervisor still had his blood on her face. Smalls still had a pool of dried blood on his cheek from his day-old wound. Harris took a deep breath and unzipped his bag, pulling out a test rat from one of the laboratories. As the crowded cafeteria looked on, Harris pulled the knife from his pocket and dispatched the rat with one quick slash. He held the dead rat up in the air, commanding the attention of the room, then let it drop with a sickening thud. No one said a word. They only watched and quietly laughed amongst themselves. 5 days later, the rat was still there. It had been stepped on and flattened by days of foot traffic. Flies were beginning to buzz around the corpse, and the smell had seeped into the ceiling and walls. Still, no one mentioned or referenced it. No one moved it, and no one talked about the knife. The following day, unable to stand the smell or the sight of it anymore, Harris broke down and cleaned up the rat. As he did, he could hear people laughing behind him. Every time Harris entered a room, people were laughing about something, and no one would tell him what. Still, when he brought up the knife, even when he screamed and cried and pleaded, everyone ignored the subject. It would not and could not be spoken about. Several days later, Smalls complained that someone had cut the plants he was growing in his room. Even though Harris had not cut his plants, he decided to take credit. "I did it, with my knife," he said. As soon as the knife was mentioned, Smalls sat down and went completely silent, abandoning the subject entirely. This gave Harris another crucial piece of information on the nature of the knife's effects. It did not matter whether the knife was actually present or involved in something. All that mattered was the perception that it was. Even the mention of the knife was enough to invoke its effect. The days bled into each other, day after day of Harris begging his colleagues to see what he saw, demanding to know what the hell they were laughing about, and feeling more and more utterly alone. Harris's mind had truly begun to come apart at the seams. In the second-to-last entry in his research log, he simply wrote, "It's almost showtime. Time to give the people what they want." The day after he wrote that cryptic entry, Harris walked up to Smalls in the cafeteria and tapped him on the shoulder. When Smalls turned to greet his friend, Harris stabbed him in the chest. Smalls fell to the ground, curling up in the fetal position, and Harris kicked the knife deeper in as Smalls cowered there. He did not stop until Smalls was dead. Harris was removed from the facility, leaving the knife in Smalls' body. Harris was promptly terminated, eliminating the last person who appeared was able to discuss the knife. As for the knife now, its current location is unknown, making this mundane little object one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the SCP Foundation. What was the knife exactly? What gave it such a strange hold on people? In the end, it might not even matter. After all, what is more frightening? An object that prevents people from being able to remember it, or being the only person in the whole world who does. A pickaxe shatters the rocky wall of a mine shaft, hundreds of feet below the earth. It's 1871, in a place that will later be known as Columbia County, Pennsylvania. Men performing back-breaking labor, their hands and faces blackened with dirt, all working in pursuit of that immensely valuable rock, coal. It's the fuel for the booming industrial revolution, and much like how dragons were said to guard gold, this more modern treasure pointed to an even more terrifying monster. A monster that the SCP Foundation would someday come to know as SCP-1179. But these unfortunate and underpaid miners had no idea what they were about to discover. One of the men working there that day, Rob O'Dwyer, was hammering away at the wall in front of him when he heard something strange. Was that an echo behind the rocks? This could mean only one thing. The rocks in front of them were hollow. There had to be some kind of space hiding behind them. O'Dwyer struck again and again at the rocks in front of him until the barrier finally tumbled away. He and the other miners suddenly felt a gust of cool, ancient air from the vast and darkened cavern in front of them sweep through the mine. They felt like they were standing on the edge of something truly otherworldly. As they lifted their safety lamps high and crept carefully into the dark, it dawned on them that they were likely the first human beings to ever set foot here. But that didn't mean something non-human hadn't gotten there first. O'Dwyer's lamp soon found something in the dark. A huge figure curled into a crouching position, hiding its face. It was made from stone, like an enormous yet incredibly detailed statue of something almost human, but not quite. The petrified thing had two great horns on either side of its head, twisting into spirals like that of a huge ram. Word of the giant frozen monster hidden in the bottom of the mine soon made its way back to the foreman, and then back to the mine's owner, one Sean O'Malley. If it were anyone else, perhaps this news would have been taken to the press immediately, and the Foundation would have taken control of the situation just as quickly. But Mr. O'Malley was no ordinary mining magnate. He was a member of the Molly Maguires, an Irish-American secret society whose members were predominantly coal miners in Pennsylvania. Sean and the other Molly Maguires dubbed this anomaly the Sleeping Stone Giant, and conspired to keep it a secret between them, as secret societies have a habit of doing. Though the Molly Maguires were disbanded less than a decade later, they were all sworn to secrecy on the Giant's resting place. Until, of course, a descendant of Sean O'Malley, his grandson Ian O'Malley, was chosen as a prospective agent of the SCP Foundation. The Foundation doesn't just let anyone join their ranks. They perform an extensive background check on all prospective agents, both to find out that they're capable of rising to the challenges of the job, and also to detect any affiliation to enemy groups of interest. It was during this background check that O'Malley's subterranean family secret was discovered, and the land above the old mine shaft was bought up by a front company owned by the Foundation. The sleeping stone giant was finally in capable hands, and in keeping with standard procedure, a research site was built above the giant to gather data and keep an eye on things. At the time, the anomaly was considered extremely low risk. Its containment file read, SCP-1179 is apparently dormant, encased in the bedrock under research site. Apart from simple monitoring and standard research safety protocols, no additional containment is deemed necessary at this time. But of course, those simple containment procedures would soon need updating. In 1962, the town of Centralia, Pennsylvania had a trash problem. There were 8 illegal trash dumping sites across the town, and to combat this issue, the town council opened up a huge landfill in an abandoned mine shaft. You'd think this would be enough for the moderately sized town, but humans have a tendency to produce a lot of trash, and they soon filled up the new landfill too. In order to address the issue, the town decided to do a controlled burn of some of the garbage. It should have been simple enough. But those who lit this garbage fire didn't follow proper safety procedures and ended up accidentally igniting a seam of anthracite coal. This was like lighting the fuse to the world's largest stick of dynamite, and fire soon coursed through the long abandoned mine tunnels. When the fireball finally reached the sleeping stone giant in its dark pit, the beast woke up. In that instant, an otherwise uneventful day quickly became a brutal bloodbath. Researchers walking through the base felt a monstrous rumbling beneath them. Heat sensors were burning up and seismic readings were off the scale. Something was climbing up towards them. Suddenly, an impossibly large sword speared its way out of the floor, killing everyone around it with an immense blast of heat. The newly awakened monster went on an underground rampage, almost completely destroying the research base and killing nearly everyone inside, before retreating into the honeycomb of coal mines and caverns in the area, igniting even more anthracite coal fires. The Foundation needed to step in before things really got out of control. At present, the Foundation couldn't properly administer standard area construction protocols for Keter-class SCPs, so they instead designated the mines, caverns, and surrounding countryside as Area 179, and dispatched mobile task forces to try and contain the beast rampaging in the Centralia mines. But much like the fire that started this whole mess, the beast proved much harder to control than initially imagined. All 5 of the expeditionary teams sent to apprehend the monster failed, and many team members were slaughtered in the process. From the terrifying accounts of the survivors, we have a vague idea of the nature of the beast below. No pictures of the creature exist, and exact descriptions on the beast can vary. Whether this is because the beast frequently shapeshifts or because it has some kind of cognito-hazardous effects on those who view it is unclear. The most frequently reported characteristics of the creature are its immense height and the extreme heat that its body exudes. Many report that the creature's body seemed to be formed of a mix of hardened lava, pure fire, and burning smoke. The beast measures over 30 meters from head to toe, with shoulders over 8 meters wide. It's commonly said to have 2 huge ram-like horns and a weathered, bearded face. The beast has been compared by some to the Norse mythological figure Surtur, the giant guarding the frontier of the Norse fire realm of Muspel. However, the actual age of the creature seems to predate these legends by a considerable margin. Dating of the stratum encasing SCP-1179 indicates it dates to the Mississippian subperiod of the Carboniferous period, approximately 359.2 to 318.1 million years ago. This age is consistent with the geological age of this region, so it may have literally come with the territory. Less common descriptions of the beast claim that it has huge wings, eyes made of hellfire, and fangs as long as a man's arm. Some say that the beast has neither horns nor fangs, and its face is encircled by flames which reach down into a long beard of fire. And like a certain creature known as the Balrog that Lord of the Rings fans will be very familiar with, this beast comes with weapons. In one hand, the beast wields a giant burning sword around 5 meters in length. In the other, it wields a huge multi-tailed whip made out of fire. It's incredibly proficient with these weapons too, and has a serious strategic advantage in its underground environment. Foundation researchers have determined that some of the wounds the beast gained from its first confrontation haven't fully healed, implying the beast could, in theory, be destroyed with enough firepower. However, given that the beast has killed almost everyone who faced it, and its mere presence can start almost uncontrollable fires, direct engagement would only be used as a last resort. Even the creature's breath can be extremely dangerous. Chemical analysis of air samples taken from SCP-1179's breath have shown exceptionally high concentrations of carbon monoxide and sulfur dioxide. The very presence of this creature creates a real and active danger to everyone around it. And the beast's presence was beginning to have seriously negative effects on the people up above. By the 1970s, the Foundation had given up on sending mobile task forces into the caverns, and instead began to focus on depopulating the town of Centralia to prevent further fatalities from the presence of SCP-1179. The subterranean activities of the creature were causing collapses in some areas, and noxious fumes were beginning to rise up from cracks in the ground. As the constant raging fires burned beneath the earth, they were causing everything above to slowly melt or bake. A Foundation geologist determined that the fires created by the beast would likely remain active for 250 years, and any attempts to put out the fires or contain the beast would ultimately be futile. This led to the formation of Project Tartarus, a concerted effort to cover up SCP-1179 and fully evacuate the citizens of Centralia. They pushed the narrative that the mine fires, while deadly, were merely the result of the failed garbage burning plan, and little by little the people of Centralia began to move away. By 1984, the United States government finally caved to secret lobbying from the Foundation and allocated funds in excess of $42 million to relocate the remaining civilian residents from the area. Any legal complaints from Centralia residents were quietly crushed by the Foundation, and efforts to remove pretty much all residents from the area were successful. This allowed the Foundation to finally cast a wider net and administer Kettier-class containment protocols around the 2-kilometer underground zone where SCP-1179 resides. The Foundation has continued studies on the beast from below in the decades since, with some scientists even suggesting it could be used to produce geothermal energy, but whether or not that would actually be feasible remains unknown. For now, SCP-1179 seems content to stay within its zone, and hopefully it stays that way. But as we're forced to dig deeper and deeper for the remaining precious metals here on Earth, there's no telling what new dangers we might find lurking far below the ground. The military helicopter sailed through the skies at a steady pace, its destination somewhere in Southwest Asia, along one of the many points where the legendary Euphrates and Tigris rivers meet. Depending on the outcome, this mission may have changed the course of the SCP Foundation and its activities forever, or it might do nothing at all. Such was often the way when it came to dealing with the unpredictable and the anomalous. Inside the helicopter, Dr. Anton Zarkov was practically rattling with nervous excitement. Ever since he'd been assigned to the 682 termination detail, after years of wasting away in an archival desk job, he'd seen the kind of anomalies you wouldn't believe. 173, that nightmarish statue that snaps the necks of anyone who dared to look away from it. 811, the strange and also strangely adorable swamp woman, whose caustic mucus could reliably melt seemingly any organic matter, save, of course, 682 itself. And Dr. Zarkov was particularly astonished by the aftermath of the epic battle between 096 and 682, which left both of these indestructible monsters horribly maimed. But all of that, it was nothing compared to what they were going to witness today. Dr. Zarkov muttered a prayer to himself in frightened reverence. Dr. Clef, who was sitting across from him in the helicopter, wasn't quite as wound up. Like some action movie cliche made manifest, he sliced chunks from a plump red apple with a Bowie knife and sucked the pieces off the blade. Clef found Zarkov's nervousness little more than amusing. "First time at Site Zero, rookie?" Clef asked between apple slices. Dr. Zarkov nodded, forcing a meek smile. Clef just chuckled. You're wasting your time, you know," Clef said. "Everyone takes a shot at the reptile. I faced it down myself once, mano-a-mano, and during that moment I realized something. As much as it pains me to ever throw in the towel, we're not going to kill this thing. It's just a budget sink." Of course, these kinds of doubts had crossed Dr. Zarkov's mind before. He'd watched countless termination attempts, organized by far more senior researchers than himself, fail and fail embarrassingly. Something about signing your name up for 682 termination was like tying on a blindfold, grabbing a bat,
and stepping up to a piñata, except in this case, the piñata isn't wearing a blindfold, and somehow it can hit you back. It is a one-way ticket to professional humiliation, and if you're unlucky enough to get too close when things go south, it can be so much worse. But Dr. Zarkov well and truly believed that he would be the exception to so much miserable failure. After all, this was an idea nobody had tried before. An announcement over the intercom signaled that they had now entered Site Zero airspace. They'd be landing shortly, and just like that, Dr. Zarkov was all raised hairs and goose flesh once again. It seemed like such a hazy, distant miracle that his project proposal would even get majority approval from the O5 Council, and now he was about to touch down and actually see it. Naturally, Dr. Clef noticed Dr. Zarkov's emotional cues, and like so many playground bullies, decided to seize on it.
"Don't buy into the hype," Dr. Clef said. "It's really not that special."
The helicopter touched down. Dr. Zarkov felt defensive. He was almost tempted to use hard words, but he realized from Dr. Clef's mischievous smile that perhaps that was always the intention. He certainly had a reputation, if one were to put it in the most neutral terms possible.
"But this was your 001 proposal, Dr. Clef," Zarkov countered. "I would have thought you'd be more invested in this."
Dr. Clef rose to his feet and sheathed his Bowie knife as the helicopter's side door opened. He gestured for Dr. Zarkov to get up and follow him before saying,
"Believe me, even a giant flaming demigod loses its luster when you need to write enough of those stupid reports on it."
The two researchers disembarked from the helicopter and walked into the legendary containment facility, Site Zero. One of the most important and secretive containment sites out there, even by the standards of the ever-clandestine SCP Foundation. If ever containment procedures failed here, they'd be staring down the barrel of an unprecedented situation, a Patmos XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. After all, they were dealing with one of the most serious and powerful anomalies they'd ever contained here. Clef and Zarkov entered the control room, filled with huge monitors displaying every kind of recordable metric, but the largest screens were dominated by long-range drone footage of the iconic anomaly they were all there to see. SCP-001, perhaps better known as Uriel, the Gate Guardian. While Dr. Clef remained unfazed, Dr. Zarkov felt a single tear crawling down his cheek. He had never seen an entity so utterly awe-inspiring. An impossibly tall, glowing humanoid entity with 8 great fiery wings and a glowing blade made of pure heavenly fire, every bit as hot as the sun. To think that such an incredible creature existed on the same Earth as him made him feel so incredibly small. The theories as to the creature's true nature were as myriad as they were unknowable. Some of the more devout among the Foundation's ranks even believe that he is a direct servant of the Abrahamic God, guarding the gate to paradise, the Garden of Eden, heaven itself. Dr. Clef just laughed.
"Everything you'd hope it'd be, Zarkov?"
he said. Dr. Zarkov nodded.
"And more, Dr. Clef, and more."
Even from such a distance, the raw power of the Gate Guardian is impossible to ignore. It radiates off of the being like an invisible aura. Dr. Zarkov had read all the files. To get within a kilometer of the mighty entity would be to court death. Anyone who approached it would taste the heat of its sword, cleave them apart at the atomic level, and effectively erasing them from existence. It's about as dead as anyone could possibly be, save for someone being thrown into SCP-3930 and literally removed from the plane of existence. SCP-3930 had failed to annihilate the hard-to-destroy reptile, but perhaps where that whole lot of nothing had failed, the Gate Guardian would succeed. It remained floating, fixed on one place, as though waiting for something. But what? Perhaps a fateful confrontation with a certain reptilian nightmare, Dr. Zarkov hoped. Like many, he had heard the most famous story involving SCP-001 The Gate Guardian, which took place before even the days of the SCP Foundation. After all, every foundation needs a founder, doesn't it? And that's how it began. The founder was a mysterious figure, no matter who you ask. Some say it was O5-1, others say it was the legendary administrator. Some even believe that it was someone else, someone older, someone who predated even the current O5 Council and administrator. A wise and learned figure, going on a pilgrimage around the known world in hopes of expanding their perspective and seeking out the strange and unusual. It was traveling down the river Tigris that the founder encountered the Gate Guardian. Of course, as always, from a mile away. The founder saw the distant glowing point shaped like a human being with wings. It was unlike anything they'd ever borne witness to. That's when the founder felt a door open in the back of their mind and something sneak in. A single word, projecting somehow infinite authority.
Prepare.
The very presence of the word made the founder's body rattle. Never had they heard such a voice, conveying such certainty and power. It had to be the voice of the distant glowing figure. It couldn't be anything else, could it? Much like Dr. Zarkov would experience hundreds of years later, the founder, even as a person so powerful, knowledgeable, and influential, suddenly felt so unimaginably small. The founder became aware of not just the extent of the world around them or even the universe, but a terrifying multiverse of possibilities. There was light out there, of course, but even more darkness, and terrifying things were hiding in the dark. Is that what prepare meant? Did it mean to be ready for all the terrible things hiding in the dark, just waiting for the opportunity to strike? Just how great was the extent of the things humanity didn't understand out there? The founder's mind was flooded with so many possibilities. If there was a tide of monsters in the blackness that needed to be fought back, it was too much for any one person to ever handle. The founder needed a group, all gathered around the same mission, to contain the coming threat that the great glowing being had warned them about. People of focus, commitment, and sheer willpower. People who would accept the knowledge of the terrible things in the darkness and still not waver in the face of their great and noble challenge. People who, if necessary, would be willing to die in the dark so that the rest of the human race would live in the light. They would be humanity's greatest defenders, even though they would defend in secret. This was how it had all begun, supposedly. Dr. Zarkov had heard the story whispered many times while conducting his research into SCP-001. And now here he stood, perhaps where the founder had been standing all those years ago. The SCP Foundation had faced down greater threats than SCP-682, the Hanged King, the Sealed King, the Scarlet King. Hell, if they wanted to, they could go toe-to-toe with the Burger King. And all of that had begun with a single word from the mighty Gate Guardian. Surely an ornery, overgrown lizard wouldn't be too much for it to handle. But of course, they hadn't just come here to look at the Gate Guardian. That'd be an egregious waste of time and helicopter fuel. They'd come here transporting precious cargo, a chunk of SCP-682's flesh, cut from the beast itself. Currently, it was attached to yet another remote-controlled drone, set on a collision course for the Gate Guardian. Dr. Zarkov watched the video feeds with sweaty palms as he saw the drone and its diabolical cargo enter the video's view, getting closer to the Gate Guardian by the moment. Closer, closer, until the Gate Guardian struck out with its great and terrible sword. For such an astronomically huge being to move so incredibly fast was astounding in and of itself. But what Dr. Zarkov found even more exciting was the result. In one quick slash of its solar blade, both the drone and the SCP-682 tissue sample were utterly evaporated, gone, reduced to less than even ash. Dr. Zarkov's face split into a manic grin. If it could destroy the tissue sample, then surely it could destroy the monster itself. And what a glorious day that would be. Meanwhile, back at the cross-testing chambers of Site-19, SCP-682 was having another miserable day. It was dragged half-melted out of its acid tank at 3 a.m. in the morning and left slowly regenerating on the floor.
A typical SCP Foundation wake-up call,
It thought to itself, with a roll of its still regenerating eyes. What form of horrible torment would be in store for it this time? It began scrolling through its mental Rolodex for the most recent failed but painful termination attempts. Oh, yes, of course. They tried suffocation via vacuum. That definitely made SCP-682 feel a little lightheaded at least. Until, of course, it adapted its body to begin releasing a gas of similar composition to its native atmosphere, which had certainly given those white-coated wearing sadists a lot to take note about. Then, how could it forget? They tried roasting it to death with extremely high temperatures. Thankfully, as always, it had a trick up its sleeve. adapting a carapace made of solid helium to defend it from the fire, then shattering it to shred a bunch of those buffoons in the orange jumpsuits. Then they'd cut off a sample of its flesh, shoved it into some absurd industrial blender before shoving what's left into a centrifuge. What a divine pleasure it had been for 682 to hear the explosion down the hall, when the antimatter embedded in its genes went off and put a number of those idiotic Foundation drones in the hospital for months. Serves them right to continually meddling in the matters of forces they couldn't even hope to understand. And today, they were feeding at the carcass of a dead cow. SCP-682 sighed. It felt sometimes that the dolts testing it had forgotten the note reading, "highly intelligent," on its file. Being dragged into one of those ghastly chambers and given some form of novel stimulus could only mean one thing. Something stupid and painful was going to happen. Said stupid, painful thing in this case was that the cow was spiked with an instance of SCP-3521, also known as the banana pill, by Dado. What followed was a remarkably absurd instance, even by SCP-682 cross-test standards, where a huge number of bananas spontaneously burst out of 682's body. Being a big fan of bananas, apparently, 682 was actually able to eat and metabolize the bananas faster than the anomalous banana pill, by Dado, could produce them. And because bananas are each individually slightly radioactive, 682 was able to synthesize this collective radiation into a powerful death ray that it used to cause a great deal of death and destruction. As far as Dr. Zarkov and the rest of the SCP Foundation were concerned, this thing being cleaved apart on an atomic level by the Gate Guardian couldn't come soon enough. Sometimes it took the ultimate night to slay the ultimate dragon. Not long after that, SCP-682 was dosed up on enough sedatives to give New York City a week-long nap, and carted over to Site Zero on a heavily secured armored convoy. Taking SCP-682 this far between containment sites was considered a matter of grave seriousness. In other words, the result of this little experiment better have been good to justify the insane security risk it took to even get the damn lizard out here. Dr. Zarkov and Dr. Clef decided to co-supervise the cross-test from the safety of the Site Zero observation deck. Either would have been foolish to want to get any closer. Even Dr. Clef, while undeniably a loose cannon, didn't have an outright death wish, unless, of course, wishing death on SCP-682 would count. 682's sedated body was strapped to a large unmanned vehicle, the kind they might use for an exploratory mission on another planet, and sent in the direction of the Gate Guardian's deadly proximal zone. A secondary camera drone was also sent in to lag behind, correctly predicting that when the Gate Guardian struck SCP-682, it would obliterate the unmanned vehicle too. And whatever happened out there, the Foundation needed it on camera. Dr. Zarkov had sweaty palms and gritted teeth, seeing the culmination of his professional career unfold in front of him. Dr. Clef was looking at a meme on his phone. As 682 got closer, it began hearing a booming voice in its head, just like the Founder had so long ago. The voice simply said one word over and over, getting louder as the unmanned vehicle brought the two titans closer and closer and closer.
Die.
682, still feeling groggy, thought,
"Oh, if it only were so simple."
And then it happened. SCP-682 entered the dreaded 1-kilometer range. The Guardian slashed down with its mighty sword, creating a brilliant flash of light. In the aftermath, the unmanned vehicle was obliterated, and 682 was left heavily injured on the ground, still trying to process what had just happened. 682 looked up, sobered by the pain, and saw the being that had dealt this blow. 682 began to sneer.
"Is this meant to be the garden?"
It said before breaking into a venomous laugh.
"This is not the garden. The garden is far west of here."
The Gate Guardian struck again with its flaming blade, once again projecting that single word.
Die, 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 die.
When the smoke cleared, 682 was even more horrifically injured, with only one limb left, but still against all odds, alive. It used the one limb to drag itself towards the Gate Guardian, fueled by pure rage and spite.
Die? You command me to die? Oh, wouldn't we all like that? But this is my curse for suggesting the fruit.
The reptile growled. Back at the base, Dr. Zarkov was mortified.
How could it possibly be surviving all this? The sword was meant to cleave apart its victims on an atomic level. Atomic! It's in freaking atoms, goddammit!
Dr. Zarkov wished he had a paper bag to breathe into. Dr. Clef, showing an uncharacteristic degree of compassion, patted Zarkov on the back, saying, "It's okay, buddy, we all remember our first time." Back at the center of the action, the Gate Guardian blasted 682 with its solar blade again. Somehow, despite the terrifying power wielded by the Guardian, 682 continued to live. It was alive, barely, but after 3 strikes from the sword, to be alive with whatever the evil version of a miracle would be.
This is not the garden, and you are not Uriel!
682 roared before spitting at the Gate Guardian.
Pretender!
One more violent strike from the Gate Guardian and 682 finally collapsed, unconscious from the extent of its pain and its injuries. But despite all of Dr. Zarkov's hopes, the Gate Guardian did not strike a killing blow on the unconscious beast. Instead, it transmitted another word, another order, impossible for any human being to ignore.
Remove.
As though in a trance, the workers of Site-Zero, including Dr. Zarkov and Dr. Clef, entered the forbidden 1-kilometer exclusion zone. The Gate Guardian allowed them safe passage, as they used tools and vehicles to pick up the heavily injured SCP-682 and cart it away from the Gate Guardian's feet. After they all came back to their senses, Dr. Zarkov simply said, "What just happened?" Dr. Clef just shrugged. "I've learned to stop questioning it."
Day had broken, and the world as we knew it fell to pieces. On every corner of the globe, devastating rays of sunshine have liquefied most of the human race. The anomalous phenomenon known as SCP-001 had made the most treasured source of light and life in the galaxy into the harbinger of a planetary apocalypse. In the streets of major cities, which were once so filled with culture and activity, melting abominations slithered along the sidewalks and pavement, a cruel parody of the crowds and traffic that existed in the world before. The drought-ravaged wilderness teems with countless globs of mutant flesh that were once proud members of the animal kingdom. Even the plants have wilted into an inert state, overwhelmed by the sun's energy to the point of being unable to photosynthesize it. There are no planes in the sky anymore, as no pilot flying on that day could escape the view of daylight. The boundless ocean is adrift with boats and cruise liners occupied by an aimless crew of amalgamations, which even the initial survivors on the lower decks and within the rooms have long since been assimilated into. In the early months of SCP-0011 Daybreaks, the Foundation had been able to distribute rudimentary information on how to shield oneself from the perversive rays. This included a basic but comprehensive how-to guide on building protective clothing that would keep out all daylight. Unfortunately, there is only so much benefit these solutions can provide, as it has become too late to save the vast majority of humanity from their terrible melting fate. There are sadly limits on what the Foundation's foresight and knowledge could do to prevent a worst-case scenario, and many containment sites were lost within the first 24 hours alone. This means that the veil of normalcy that the SCP Foundation had fought so hard to preserve has effectively ceased to exist. Most, if not all, of the accumulated research, the containment procedures for dangerous anomalies, and the skilled personnel who were brave and foolish to think they could keep the world safe have met with terrible fates in this solar-scarred hellscape. If there was ever an era where the planet and the universe were stable and under the control of the Foundation and the O5 Council, that time has passed. This is not their world anymore, nor is it a world that can be ruled by any people. Day has broken, and this is the world of monsters. Today, 2 of these monsters in particular find themselves on a collision course. Both were once extremely dangerous Keter-class SCPs contained by the Foundation, but through circumstance and ingenuity, both anomalies had freed themselves and adapted to the harsh new reality of the outside world. They were known as SCP-076-2 Able and SCP-682, respectively. Abel, now known in the fireside stories of human survivors as the Black Warrior, had given himself an armored makeover by forging his many weapons into a day-proof second skin straight out of dark fantasy media. This new edgy gothic look came complete with a massive sword that Abel could use to cleave straight through any fleshy freak show he encountered in the wasteland. He was a true living legend now, a mysterious hero, a violent demon, and a force of nature all at once. In the day, he stalked through the ruins of civilization, finding whatever passed for worthy opponents and cutting them down. At night, he would seek out those depraved souls who would prey upon their fellow human and put them to the sword. These malefactors had recently become Abel's favorite vermin to exterminate, since they always seemed so surprised to be on the receiving end of an ambush. Being a survivor in this hellish new world was difficult enough without the additional strain of plotting violence, so the ones who took advantage of the absence of laws and did so were either exceedingly clever or simply driven out of their wits by the desire to inflict harm. It was through several experiences stomping out the lingering scum of the earth that Abel discovered an unfamiliar sense of honor within himself. It wasn't that he grew accustomed to protecting frail humans from monsters, but rather the simple fact that a good fight required two mutually adversarial parties. Bandits and serial killers could routinely be counted on to have delusions of grandeur accompanied by ill intentions, while their hapless victims could not. In his own twisted way, Abel had accepted that showing mercy to cowards and weaklings suited his ends. After all, if there were no more innocents left alive, there would also be no more reprobates to menace them. His quarry needed something to bait them into emerging from the shadows after all. Despite having made the most of slim picking, there was a deep-seated part of Abel that longed for a real challenge. The Black Warrior wished to face a real monster like himself again, not the petty brutes and former human sludge he'd been using as substitutes. 682 would be an ideal opponent, but he hadn't seen the reptile since he was back in containment. The two had been made to fight each other the day before all of this began, and when during the containment breach that later ensued, 682 had a makeover of its own. The highly morphic lizard had tunneled its way out of Site-19 by evolving large scooping claws suited for subterranean travel. Being surprisingly intelligent for its animalistic shape, 682 had managed to torture the details of the SCP-001 scenario out of an unlucky researcher. While Abel had found a way to remain active during both day and night, SCP-682 had become a bit more selective in its schedule. This was possibly because the creature had adapted an internal clock by absorbing the previously mentioned researcher's wristwatch. While the sun was visible in the sky, 682 would remain dormant underground. There it could bask in the symphony of suffering from all the surface-dwelling living things it could perceive with its enhanced hearing. It would lie in wait for hours, anticipating the darkness of nightfall. Once the sun had set, SCP-682 would emerge and devour both human and abomination alike. As a being that harbored pure hatred for all things that lived, the reptile had far less discerning criteria for acceptable targets than Abel. It unleashed its wrath on anything that so much as got in its way during the nightly feeding frenzy. Another way that 682 differed from Abel in its post-apocalyptic way of life was that it hadn't been given any evocative nickname or title. The reason why was surprisingly simple. 682 hadn't made its existence known because any survivors that encountered it never lived to tell the tale. It was a surprise to both of them when late one night, a twist of fate brought the monsters back together. SCP-682 had just resurfaced near a small encampment of survivors and was approaching with the intention to massacre the panicking humans. As the hateful reptile drew closer, it noticed a dark figure lurking at the other side of the campfire. It was roughly the size of an average humanoid, but instead of running and screaming, the figure stood firm with an enormous sword in one hand. One of the fleeing humans cried out,
"It's the Black Warrior! We're saved!"
This amused 682, and it sported a sadistic grin as it ran toward the survivor and pounced. While the lizard had wanted to demonstrate how flimsy the human sense of salvation really was, the opposite took place. The so-called Black Warrior had intercepted its jaws and was blocking 682 with only his sword and all the superhuman strength he could put behind it.
"Go now, little ant,"
the Black Warrior said. Following Abel's command, The human fled, looking back over its shoulder only once to gaze at the Black Warrior in silent awe. With that straggler gone, the two monsters were now completely alone in the camp, both illuminated by the orange glow of firelight. They separated and began to circle each other. Memories of their old rivalry began flooding back as both of the now liberated Keter classes confirmed the identity of the other. SCP-682 began to laugh as it recognized the stance of the ancient warrior that had been such a thorn in its side back in containment.
Isn't this priceless? The proud and merciless Abel has become a defender of those disgusting humans.
SCP-682 said, wearing that horrible smile once again.
I am not fighting for them,
the Black Warrior answered. He lunged forward, striking a hard blow against 682's carapace. The edge sword bounced upward in recoil, but not without inflicting a deep wound that 682's regeneration began to work overtime to repair. The reptile swiped at Abel with its scoop claws, then made further use of them by burrowing into the ground below. Abel knew better than to follow the creature underground, and he was almost sure that his scaly nemesis hadn't yet retreated. He held his ground and waited, steeling himself for the moment the creature revealed itself once more. As expected, the attack came from directly below. SCP-682 breached the surface and snapped its jaws around one of Abel's armored legs. Trusting his instincts, the Black Warrior struck back in the same moment. His sword stabbed into the reptile's jaws, and with a bit of strength, he leveraged his own leg free. The armor was dented, but fortunately there was no apparent holes left by 682's fangs. Abel had become accustomed to diligently maintaining the condition of his armor, as even the smallest crack could in the daylight hours cause him to lose his solid form forever. He'd made sure to do a more thorough investigation later, after the lizard had been put in its place. The Black Warrior fought defensively, minimizing the damage to his armor while timing his strikes to keep 682 from overwhelming him with sheer offense. He could certainly go all out if he chose to, but that same part of him that wanted a challenge was willing to prolong the conflict, especially if he could save himself the trouble of repairs later. SCP-682, on the other hand, didn't much care for being taken lightly, and was astute enough to notice when his foe wasn't as aggressive as usual. It had been over a year since the monsters had fought, but this time, there would be no Foundation personnel to end the fight prematurely. 682 decided it was time to give the armored edgelord an onslaught that he couldn't ignore. It began to rotate its tunneling claws like a pair of pneumatic excavators, and instantly showered the Black Warrior with dirt and debris as it burrowed back into the earth. Abel could deflect the rocks easily enough, but the temporary distraction gave 682 time to dig a large enough cavern beneath Abel's feet that the ground instantly collapsed beneath his armored bulk. Abel slid into the growing pit and straight towards the twin grinding claws of 682. He tried to use his sword in the ground to slow his descent, but the earth had been so thoroughly tenderized by his opponent that all he accomplished was hastening it. Just like an antlion larva, SCP-682 had created a death pit of detritus that was pulling Abel towards the center of its trap. As if making a whirlpool on land wasn't crazy enough for 682, the reptile grew itself an array of impaling horns across the front of its face and snout. Though constructed of flesh and bone, they had the appearance of serrated blades and possessed a sharpness and durability capable of penetrating through Abel's fancy new suit of armor. But the Black Warrior wasn't going to be defeated so easily, especially not after all the work he had put in during his latest life to forge these armaments. While clutching his giant blade in one hand, he conjured a new weapon from the shadows, a harpoon with a strong chain that appeared already wrapped tightly around his black gauntlet. Abel hurled the harpoon behind him with as much strength as he could manage in his nearly prone state, and as he hoped, its tip embedded itself in the more stable ground past the edge of the death pit. With the spear firmly secured at the other end, the chain went taut, and Abel was able to stop himself just short of falling on SCP-682's facial spikes. With a tremendous one-handed swing that would be impossible for a mortal man, Abel cut through the middle of the lizard's organic bayonets, rendering them practically useless. His metal boots dug into the slit, and with all his strength, he wrenched himself backwards towards the top of the pit, tearing the harpoon free in the process. With acute precision, he used the chain to direct the tip of the harpoon between the fractured bone blades and into 682's skull. The creature bellowed from the sudden pain and began to dig downward again, but by this time, Abel was on stable earth again and was pulling with all his strength on the other side of the chain. SCP-682 burrowed as furiously as it could, but the harpoon embedded in its head was throwing off its equilibrium. Abel planted his feet and kept pulling, summoning more weapons around his feet and legs to keep them from moving an inch back toward the pit. It was a titan's tug of war, and whoever gave in would surely be at the mercy of the other. Neither monster wavered, and the thing that broke under the strain was the chain itself. 682 tunneled away, harpoon still scratching its brain, and did not surface again that night, while the Black Warrior staggered as he retrieved his now broken length of chain. Abel waited for his hated foe to resurface, but the creature had apparently decided it was no longer interested in a fight. And it was just as well, because in the east, the sun was rising again. The Black Warrior moved inside one of the tents that the survivors had left behind and prepared for a full examination of his armor. While it didn't last, and no SCP save for SCP-001 could claim victory here, Abel was grateful to know there were still proper adversaries to fight after the end. Fearless, relentless, and one of the most utterly brutal warriors to ever walk the face of the earth, with a body count somewhere in the high 100,000s, if not well into multiple millions, given just how long he's been around for. Many of you will already be well aware of SCP-076-2, also known as Abel. On the surface, he's a man of Middle Eastern descent, covered in tattoos of occult symbols and demonic faces, usually contained within a stone cube designated SCP-076-1. Abel will often emerge in a homicidal state, killing anyone and anything directly around him. How? Well, by any means available to him, but primarily by pulling a wide array of bladed weapons seemingly out of thin air. This is thanks to a tiny pocket dimension that only he can reach into, which is also always stocked with an assortment of deadly implements for his latest murder spree. As if being highly combat proficient and always armed didn't make him enough of an imposing threat, SCP-076-2 also possesses a near superhuman resistance to damage, making him incredibly difficult to take down. And even if someone is able to eventually neutralize him, Abel will also come back, resurrecting inside SCP-076-1 to fight another day. What you may not know is, for a time, Abel actually worked alongside the SCP Foundation, although nowadays they prefer to keep him locked away in a secure containment facility underwater, which they will flood with seawater if he ever escapes. But Abel was once appointed the leader of his own mobile task force, Omega-7, referred to under the codename of Pandora's Box. You see, the Foundation realized that SCP-076-2 held an especially high regard for those who proved, well, able to best him in combat, and it was this strange code of honor that Abel held that the Foundation hoped to exploit with the creation of Pandora's Box, comprised of MTF operatives that had earned Abel's respect, most by previously beating him in a fair fight, or as fair as a fight with a man who can summon swords through a tear in the fabric of reality can be. These agents would support Abel during missions in the field, during which the SCP Foundation were able to deploy the anomalous warrior in various tactical engagements. However, this didn't last long. Eventually, Abel grew tired of carrying out the orders of the Foundation. The immortal warrior craved a challenge, breaking free of containment and turning on the Foundation, resulting in Abel being neutralized by an on-site nuclear weapon. This marked the end of the fragile alliance between SCP-076-2 and the SCP Foundation, leaving the existence of Omega-7 a classified secret and one of the organization's most embarrassing missteps. Well, but what if that hadn't happened? What if, out there in the infinite multiverse, there was a world where Abel had been allowed to remain a part of Omega-7, and the mobile task force was never disbanded? Well, you're about to find out. In our world, Abel's dissatisfaction with being a member of Pandora's Box first became apparent when he began putting the rest of his unit through live fire exercises, brutalizing his men despite these exercises being intended as for training purposes only. But in this world, the injuries and even casualties Abel inflicted on the rest of Omega-7 were met with a much different response.
The O5 Council of this alternate version of the SCP Foundation viewed Abel's outbursts during training as acceptable losses. Every time he would injure one of Omega-7, the Council would demand that replacements be on hand to become part of the task force, drawn from the ranks of the other MTFs at their disposal. After all, Abel was a valuable asset for carrying out the Foundation's dirty work. By continually replenishing his team with reserves from their seemingly inexhaustible supply of other MTF agents, the O5 Council of this world were able to keep SCP-076-2 firmly under their employ. However, it is also important to note that Abel's patience for these new recruits was far more limited than the original Omega-7s. Those men had all been hand-picked by Abel personally and appointed to the project, given that he had some modicum of respect for them as combatants, whereas all of their replacements were plucked at random from the Foundation's other MTFs. As a result, SCP-076-2 would carelessly kill or wound more and more of these reserves during combat missions, hardly distinguishing between friend and foe. But despite this, the O5 Council refused to discontinue the Omega-7 project, viewing these as acceptable losses, and letting the success rate of Abel's missions justify the depletion of their other mobile task forces. Under Abel's leadership and the command of the O5 Council, Omega-7 would become the Foundation's primary rapid response unit and the most deployed task force for dangerous field operations. And working for the Foundation meant that every field mission was a highly dangerous one. Such was the case during one containment breach, where SCP-682 managed to get free of its acid tank. A rampaging, infinitely adaptable, hard-to-destroy reptile on the loose, slaughtering all in its path was bad enough. But the O5 Council had received intel that there was something more behind this breakout than it first seemed. And so Abel and the rest of his latest Omega-7 team were sent in to pacify SCP-682. Bursting into the facility, eager to once again be freed from containment and the monotonous, underwhelming experience of training, Abel flew into combat. Drawing black swords from his personal armory, he began to tear through everything and everyone in his path. Unfortunately for the Foundation personnel on site, this also meant they were subject to Abel's relentless wrath. As if running away from SCP-682 wasn't bad enough, fleeing research staff were quickly met with the swing of SCP-076-2's weapons and removed from the premises in a brutal fashion. Still, this meant little to Abel, and even less to the O5 Council. As far as they were concerned, even their own staff were just collateral damage, more acceptable losses justified by Abel's perfect record for successful high-risk, high-reward field missions. However, that perfect record was about to be tarnished for good. You see, this containment breach wasn't your average SCP-682 escape attempt. It was instead a situation that had been meticulously planned and carried out for one purpose. This breach was intended specifically to draw Abel out. Since he had become the SCP Foundation's primary weapon in response to danger in the field, a particularly devious third party had begun to take note. The Chaos Insurgency, a splinter faction that began its life as an off-the-books Black Ops unit for the Foundation themselves, had been monitoring Abel's deployment by the O5 Council. In this universe, their origin was the same as in ours, and the insurgency took a certain disdain to seeing an anomalous individual carrying out the kind of operations their group had been formed to undertake for the Foundation. Additionally, the use of SCP-076-2 as a personal attack dog by the O5 Council is hypocrisy. The insurgency believed in the practical application of anomalies, rather than locking them up and keeping them contained. And it was for this belief that they had been vilified by the Foundation. And yet, here was the same organization sending Abel on missions, with no care for the harm he caused. And so, as a result, the Chaos Insurgency had conducted an operation to break into the Foundation, free SCP-682, and send the hard-to-destroy reptile on a rampage, also they could take their shot at Abel. Being ambushed by a group of Chaos Insurgency operatives on his way to engage SCP-682, Abel was admittedly caught by surprise, but by now, his combat prowess was second to almost nobody else in the world. The insurgents dogpiled on Abel, unleashing every ounce of firepower they had brought to bear on the immortal warrior. The ensuing firefight destroyed an entire wing of the Foundation facilities, explosive weapons being detonated in the hopes that the insurgency could subdue Abel. All the while, SCP-076-2 shrugged off the oncoming damage, catching rockets that were launched at him and throwing them back in the direction of the Chaos Insurgents. It was a bloodbath. Nearly the entire Omega-7 team that had accompanied Abel and provided him with fire support were lying dead. The same could also be said for the insurgency's forces too, though, with each of them being gradually felled by the warrior's many weapons. But by this point, Abel was approaching exhaustion, and there was still one more enemy left standing. It had been unfurling destruction all on its own, angrily devouring the few Foundation personnel that were left. And now the scaly form of SCP-682 came lumbering around the corner. The battle was brutal. In this universe, Abel and the hard-to-destroy reptile had never crossed paths before. But SCP-682 could smell the difference in Abel's physiology, his innate ability to resist damage and resurrect time and time again. The creature already held the stain for anything and everything living, and so presented with a man who technically couldn't stop living, SCP-682 entered an unstoppable rage state, taking the exhausted Abel down with ease. But losing in a grudge match against SCP-682 wasn't quite as bad as things were about to get for Abel. Reviving inside of his stone sarcophagus, the ancient warrior was confused. The Foundation weren't letting him out. It had been a long time, years even, since he had last died, even temporarily. Over the course of all of his Omega-7 missions, he hadn't needed to reappear back inside SCP-076-1 for quite a considerable while, and now that he had, a very large seed of doubt had been sown. The O5 Council were furious, just as angry at SCP-076-2's apparent failure as Abel was. The perfect operational track record of their top anomalous asset was now tarnished. The question started to spread through the Council members. If their sword-wielding, virtually invulnerable secret weapon wasn't as effective as they had previously thought, then what was the use of continuing to deploy Abel? And so began a debate within the O5 Council upon what was to be the fate of SCP-076-2. In this universe, he had served the Foundation well, but a weapon that is only effective even 90% of the time still leaves a margin of error. It was that risk, that potential for error, knowing that Abel wouldn't always succeed in his missions, that caused the O5 Council to reconsider his applications as a field operative. There were some in the Council who argued that this was a highly specific, isolated incident. The Chaos Insurgency had specifically engineered the SCP-682 escape as a way to draw Abel out, after all. Just because he failed this time did not indicate a pattern of failure, but this argument was eventually shot down, especially when the Foundation's Ethics Committee decided to throw in their 2 cents. They demanded Abel's status as a field agent be revoked, and levied for the immediate disbanding for the Omega-7 project. Pulling replacements for that task force from other MTFs at the Foundation had left them with a significantly depleted reserve of troops. And then came the argument about just how acceptable the losses were when Abel was let loose. A decision was ultimately made to, for at least the moment, rescind SCP-076-2's field operative privileges and suspend any further development of or recruitment into Omega-7. However, there was one crucial factor that nobody on the Council had taken into consideration when they made their verdict, and that was how badly Abel would react to the news. As you may have already predicted, Abel was furious to hear he would be held in containment until further notice. His anger stemmed not from his defeat at the jaws of SCP-682, but at how quick the Foundation seemingly was to question his combat prowess. He lost one battle out of hundreds, thousands even, and all of a sudden the O5 Council were going to lock him away, all because of one defeat?
You dare?
Abel bellowed when he was given the news.
I am the greatest warrior on this planet and have been made a pawn by your Foundation. I give you my strength, my skill, and the moment I falter, you turn your back on me? You dare! I will show you what real power looks like!
Overcome with rage, it didn't take long for Abel to force his way out of containment. He'd been active as a field agent within the Foundation for so long now that he had long since figured out a way to escape his underwater prison before the emergency containment measures had a chance to stop him.
As he broke free, he made sure to take down plenty of security staff along the way. And to make matters worse, he didn't stop there. Before long, Abel was on a warpath against the SCP Foundation. Every few days, reports would come in of a massacre at a Foundation facility. Security footage recovered from the wreckage after each incident would show Abel arriving primed for battle, a sword in each hand. By the time he left after his brutal, remorseless attack, he'd be drenched in the blood of the entire site's personnel. The Foundation had little in its once huge arsenal to fight back with. Given the number of MTF agents reassigned to Omega-7, their forces were far more limited, if not almost depleted. They dispatched detachments to clean up the wake of Abel's destruction, but not one squad sent after the anomalous warrior came back alive. Part of the problem was, the Foundation couldn't predict where Abel would show up next, or which of their sites he knew about and was planning to hit. From their perspective, his attacks were spontaneous, the result of rage at the Foundation, but without any premeditated plan in mind. And that was exactly what Abel wanted them to think. By seeming to attack at random, he was therefore able to cover the true intention behind each engagement. He was looking for something. During his considerable time leading Omega-7, he had heard about a machine that could improve anything placed inside of it, SCP-914, better known as the Clockworks, and before long, Abel found what he was looking for. By the time the Foundation realized what the unstoppable warrior's plan was, it was already too late. Abel was storming into the facility that housed SCP-914 with no intention of leaving until he'd used it. The Foundation had banned testing of biological matter within the Clockworks, but Abel wasn't beholden to their rules anymore. In fact, he barely was when he'd worked with them before. Cutting down guards and researchers, survivors fleeing in terror, Abel stepped up towards the massive gears and cogs, the clockwork components that made up SCP-914. He wasted no time, setting the machine to very fine. With this setting, the Clockworks would take whatever was in the input booth and improve it, usually by giving it anomalous properties, or in the case of Abel, by giving him further anomalous properties. Stepping inside, the whir of machinery drowned out the emergency alarms as Abel reached his goal, to become the ultimate warrior, the embodiment of the very concept itself. Racing to the scene, a chopper cleared the smoke as it approached. Under an emergency executive order from the O5 Council, the few surviving remnants of the Foundation's mobile task forces had been combined into a singular strike team. There were not many left, considering how many others from their units had been previously siphoned into Omega-7, only to die as collateral damage in the team's missions with Abel.
Remember, SCP-076-2 is a priority target!
The field commander barked, while the MTF strike team held their guns nervously aboard the aircraft.
Primary objective is to neutralize him by any means. Reports indicate that he may be trying to access SCP-914, so be advised!
An almighty explosion boomed through the airborne vehicle, engulfing the cockpit in flames.
Mayday! 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 Chopper 1 has been hit! We're going down!
The commander radioed to Foundation Command.
Everyone brace yourselves for impact!
The helicopter spiraled out of the air, crashing to the ground in a twisted hunk of metal. The surviving members of the strike team scrambled out of the wreckage, hauling the more badly wounded out of the ruined aircraft.
Contact!
Someone yelled in horror.
Enemy contact behind us!
The remaining Foundation foot soldiers turned and drew their weapons, opening fire on something suspended a few feet in the air above them. A hail of gunfire rang out as the team opened fire the second they saw who it was. It was Abel, and he was flying. Floating above them, his hair whipped in the wind. The oncoming storm of bullets seemed to ricochet off his skin. In actuality, they weren't even hitting him, melting away before they could make contact. They might as well have been firing pea shooters for how little effect their guns had. The barrage only stopped when one of the strike team launched a short-range rocket at the newly refined warrior. It detonated, but when the smoke from the blast cleared, Abel was still hovering in the air without so much as a scratch. "My turn," he announced. Reaching into his pocket dimension, Abel pulled something out. Not a weapon, not yet. Instead, it was a formless, dark, shadowy mass that moved like liquid metal, reacting to the movement of his hand. As he drew the substance out, it reformed, seemingly at Abel's command. And it wasn't just swords he could create now. Drawing on his experiences from his Omega-7 missions, any weapon that Abel had previously seen or could think of, he now had at his disposal. The strike team looked up in horror as a veritable swarm of black, non-reflective constructs hovered in the air on either side of Abel, each one in the shape of a rocket. Flinging both arms towards the Foundation troops, Abel sent his new creations raining down on them. The strike team turned heel and fled for their lives, although none of them got very far. Abel's rockets engulfed the area around them in a volley of explosions, leaving not a single thing standing. He had just effortlessly built an airstrike from virtually thin air and thrown it at the Foundation's last remaining MTF agents. And he wasn't done there. With his newfound powers, Abel's campaign of destruction swept the entire world. In a last act of desperation, the SCP Foundation offered freedom to any anomaly that permanently took down SCP-076-2. They all flooded out of containment to take their shot. The Plague Doctor, the Shy Guy, the Spectre. But they barely slowed Abel down. His new constructs were devastating weapons, taking the form of not just blades, but projectiles of every size and shape, all of them lethal. Before long, Abel had lain waste to the entire Foundation, but still, he wanted more. SCP-914 hadn't just improved Abel's existing anomalous powers and granted him the ability to fly at supersonic speeds. In doing so, it had amplified his range, too. He loathed the human race and sought to absolutely decimate every single living thing. No one could best him in combat now, and in his mind, twisted by anger, not one of them was worthy of his respect. He tore planes apart with his bare hands, smashed tanks to pieces, and leveled entire cities with his unlimited weapons. It took a few years, maybe a decade at the most, but by the end of it, Abel sat atop a pile of billions upon billions of bones. With his refined abilities, he had done something unthinkable, committed omnicide. He had killed everyone in the world. Of course, this was indeed another world, one different to ours. Luckily here, our version of Abel is still locked up underwater, but somewhere out there, there is an Abel who is watching the sun rising over an entirely dead world, his world. Want to own an SCP of your own? Go to scpswag.com for premium anomalous merchandise.
Man, it's even better on the 15th read. Oh, hello, I didn't see you there, dear viewers of SCP Explained. I'm on break between supervising SCP-682 termination attempts and inspecting the mops we use on SCP-173's leavings, so I decided to do what all the cool people are doing in their spare time right now. Rereading Chainsaw Man, the hit manga by Japanese author and artist Tatsuki Fujimoto. For the uninitiated, it's the story of Denji, a poor young man from Japan who makes his living hunting devils, dangerous creatures that are embodiments of mankind's greatest fears. But when that living leads to him dying at the hands of a gang of zombie yakuza, believe me, it makes sense in context, he bonds with the legendary Chainsaw Devil and is reborn as Chainsaw Man, an unconventional superhero who chainsaws first and asks questions later. Naturally, I was eager to see how one of our own bloodthirsty killers would fare against Denji's chainsaws of fury, so I selected the most violent, battle-hardened, and carnage-hungry anomaly out there, SCP-076-2, the immortal warrior known as Abel. The two of them have a surprising amount of things in common. Both are effectively immortal and can revive after sustaining massive physical injuries. Both absolutely love to fight with their array of deadly weapons and anomalous strength. Both have been part of experimental operations groups, with Denji being a member of Japan's Public Safety Devil Hunters Division 4, and Abel being an ex-member of the SCP Foundation's disastrous Pandora's Box Mobile Task Force, most of which he later massacred out of boredom. You can probably see why these two really did feel like the perfect matchup. So after forcing the trusty Anomatron 6000 to read every currently available volume of Chainsaw Man, and compute years of Abel's gruesome battle data, I've set up the perfect simulation for your viewing pleasure. And hey, fellow fans of the manga, isn't it horrifying that even we beat MAPPA to the punch of animating this thing? Ah, God, that joke will age poorly if that anime comes out before this. Anyway, let's crank this machine into action and let her rip. Japan, 1997. Everything is roasting in the July heat. Men in Black, Harrison Ford's Air Force One, and Air Bud are hitting theaters for the first time. Everything is right with the world. That's why over in the headquarters of the Public Safety Devil Hunting Department, Denji, our chainsaw-loving hero, is being praised by his kind boss and mentor figure, Makima, a lovable, supportive woman who will never do anything wrong. She even loves dogs. How could a person who loves dogs ever be evil? That very morning, Denji and his Chainsaw Man form managed to defeat the accidentally making a mistake on your tax forms and now you're going to prison devil, who had been terrorizing downtown Tokyo. It was a challenging battle, but in the end, he'd managed to turn the tables and defeat the creature by setting it on fire. Needless to say, Makima was extremely pleased with Denji's work here, but now she had considerably more graver news to impart. She'd gotten word from an envoy of another organization that hunts down dangerous and anomalous creatures, the SCP Foundation, that an extremely lethal entity had breached their containment and was now somewhere in Japan. The entity in question was not a devil, and thereby would be working on a different rule set. Makima opened a file faxed to her by the Foundation. Yes, remember, this is set in 1997, and gave Denji the crucial lowdown. Several hours ago, the entity known as Abel had resurrected from his huge black sarcophagus in the underwater chamber of the classified facility Containment Area 25B. After waking up, Abel had slaughtered his way through the entire base, killing every SCP Foundation operative in his path, and then swimming out into the Pacific Ocean. Sometime after that, he infiltrated a Japanese cargo ship and murdered all the workers on board before steering the ship back towards the land of the rising sun, where he hoped to claim even more victims. Makima told Denji that it would fall to him and his associates to stop this Abel, with a little help from the SCP Foundation's intelligence. But be warned, Abel is an incredible combatant with extreme physical strength and durability, as well as surprising tactical intelligence. It wouldn't be an easy fight, but Makima promised that if Denji won, she'd hug him and go to a nearby karaoke bar with him. Denji replied, "Consider him dead already, Miss Makima." Meanwhile, Abel was walking through the slums of Tokyo, marveling at the neon signs for bars and clubs. His journey to Japan hadn't been an accident. Abel had been to Japan once before, in the year 1605. He'd faced the legendary Japanese philosopher and swordsman Miyato Musashi, considered by many to be one of the greatest warriors in human history. Abel had dueled Musashi, who famously wielded 2 katanas at once, in the hills of the Harima province, where after a tense battle, Musashi cut him down. Abel would not resurrect again during Musashi's lifetime, but the battle gave him a deep and abiding respect for the legendary warrior. Abel knew that if the opportunity ever rose again, he would return to Japan in hopes of experiencing such a brilliant battle yet again. But the industrial and technological boom had changed so much. It was no longer the quiet and pastoral Japan he'd experienced, but a booming epicenter of trade and commerce. He found it all strange and perplexing. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a group of Japanese street thugs, many of them wielding switchblades. They laughed at his strange outfit, which to them looked like an old, worn bedsheet. One of the smarter members of the group had already decided to go home when the others made up their mind to mug Abel. The warrior's extensive tattoos made him look like a Middle Eastern Yakuza Don. The rest, however, were happy to take their chances with him. "Empty your pockets if that goofy toga even has pockets," the leader said, holding up his switchblade. "Unless you want to get cut." Abel just smirked and drew a pair of long, obsidian daggers. In the following moment, the alley was filled with screams, then was silent yet again. Abel walked on, breathing a sigh of disappointment at how incredibly mediocre this first fight had been, his blades dripping with fresh blood. Musashi is rolling in his grave, Abel thought to himself. Meanwhile, across town, Denji and the rest of Division 4 were mobilizing. It was him, the serious sword-wielding Aki, and the adorable, pathologically lying blood fiend, Power. They'd been told over the phone by a man named Dr. Bright that Abel would be relatively easy to track down. He's not known for his subtlety. All you need to do is follow the trail of carnage he causes wherever he goes. From the way he talks about him, it seems almost as though Dr. Bright bears a personal grudge against Abel. How strange. Power didn't seem intimidated. She proudly proclaimed,
"I don't think this battle will be difficult at all. In fact, I've faced this Abel before and defeated him handily.
Aki sighed and asked, "When did this happen?"
Last Tuesday, of course.
She replied. Power had only heard about Abel this morning, but Denji and Aki had learned better than to dispute her at this point. Suddenly, a large television screen that had been previously relaying an ad for a cutting-edge stereo system cut to an emergency news report. There had been a horrific incident in downtown Tokyo, where a bar had been attacked and most of its patrons murdered by a deranged tattooed man carrying a pair of huge swords. Aki immediately recognized this place. The bar was Yakuza-owned. If this Abel was on the hunt for worthy opponents, it makes all the sense in the world that Japan's iconic crime syndicates would be his first target. Denji, Aki, and Power knew exactly where they needed to go. Over at the bar, Abel was having a whale of a time. Innocent patrons were running and screaming, while the Yakuza engaged in an all-out war with a terrifying, inhuman warrior. Several of them had already been cut down. 2 Yakuza soldiers behind the bar were reloading illegal Uzis and preparing to return fire. Both were sweating, terrified by the sudden, random attack. When they'd shot him before, he'd managed to dodge most of the bullets and expertly blocked the rest with his swords. Who the hell had sent this monster? Was he with the Triads, the Russian mob, or some devil summoned by the Japanese government to crack down on them? Whatever the case, he seemed almost impossible to kill. The 2 men stood back up and opened fire. Abel held his 2 swords and spun like a propeller, blocking all the bullets almost effortlessly. He then produced another dagger, seemingly from thin air, and threw it directly into the heart of one of the 2 remaining Yakuza behind the bar. He dropped to the ground dead instantly, leaving only his friend alive in a bar full of corpses. That's when Abel noticed a decorative katana behind the bar. He smiled and ordered the surviving Yakuza soldier to pick up the sword and give him a real fight. The hapless mobster realized in that moment that this guy was truly crazy, whoever he was. But what choice did he have now? With terror in his heart, the last surviving Yakuza grabbed the katana and unsheathed it. "Good," Abel said, his voice deep and menacing. "Now, come fight me. Let's see if you last a few seconds longer than your worthless friends, shall we?" He did not. The second the Yakuza ran towards Abel, and the ancient swordsman swiped at him with one of his blades, cutting through the katana and the opponent holding it. A puny gangster never stood a chance against a deadly immortal warrior, and Abel was furious. The last time he was here, he faced a truly expert killer, who even managed to end Abel's life in a single combat. And now he was slaying insects in a karaoke bar. Pathetic. Suddenly, his ears pricked up. He turned to see a red axe flying at his head at incredible speeds. With his superhuman reflexes, he managed to dodge just in time, but the axe still cleaved off a chunk of his hair as it passed. Abel could see the one who threw it standing at the entrance to the bar. It was the blood fiend, Power, who'd made the axe out of her own blood. Standing next to her were Denji and Aki, Denji wielding an axe and Aki stoically observing. "Damn, Miss Mikima promised we do karaoke at this bar if I beat you," Denji said. "You're going down for this." Abel smiled and pulled out another pair of blades. "Finally," he roared. "Warriors who fight the old-fashioned way. I feared the years had stolen you all from me." Power stepped forward, producing another blood axe from nowhere. She yelled,
Tremble in fear, Abel. 'Tis I, your arch-nemesis, the mighty Power!
Abel had literally never seen her before in his thousands of years of life, but he appreciated that these warriors were at least able to match his level of drama. As far as he was concerned, the fight was on. But even Abel didn't know the level of fighting he was getting in for here. As he charged forward, the trio split, immediately surrounding him. Good tactics, Abel thought to himself. Already, this was promising. Aki, who had remained quiet up to this point, attacked first. He drew a tatano knife from his suit jacket and slashed at Abel with impressive speed. But unlike 3 of the other combatants in this situation, Aki was only human, which gave him a serious disadvantage. Abel decided it would be best to put him out of commission first. With a quick and brutal kick to the chest, Aki was thrown against the wall with the majority of his ribs broken. Revved up by his own bloodlust, Abel turned to Denji in Power and grinned like a maniac. This was already the most fun he'd had in a long time. "Who are these people? Doesn't matter. he thought. They'll be dead soon anyway. While Abel was still locked in thought, Power pulled out a comically large hammer made out of her own blood and brought it down towards Abel. He was surprised by the sudden attack. Did this girl have the same weapon-producing powers as him? This just keeps getting more interesting.
"'Tis the end, Abel!"
Power screamed as the hammer came down.
"You have once again been defeated by the mighty Power!"
Again, just to clarify, these two had never met each other. But it was already too late. Abel punched upwards, his clenched fist colliding with the hammer. He hit it with such terrifying force that Power's blood hammer shattered against his knuckles. In that same instant, Abel noticed Denji running at him with an axe from behind. Abel produced another obsidian dagger and threw it into Denji's forehead, dropping him to the ground immediately. Pathetic. Power tried to produce another weapon, but she used up too much blood already. Before she had a chance to make anything substantial, Abel sprung forwards with terrifying speed, trying to land a killing blow. But even weakened, Power was freakishly fast. She was able to dodge his blow and kick him in the ribs, momentarily stunning him. Of course, she took the time to gloat, putting her hands on her hips and laughing victoriously.
"Need a second to catch your breath, Abel. It is to be expected. None can keep up with me,"
she grandiosely announced.
"Perhaps you should just give up and agree to become my servant. I might even teach you a thing or two about fighting."
Suddenly, Abel was standing right in front of her, squeezing her throat with his iron grip. He smiled, flashing teeth, and said, "If you want to kill, kill. Don't talk." With a surprisingly minimal amount of strength, he squeezed and heard a crunch from Power's neck. He dropped her limp body to the ground. Lucky for Power, Abel wasn't aware that a fiend like Power can survive an injury like this as long as she's fed some more blood. Instead, he just sighed in disappointment.
Is that all you weaklings have to offer?
He bellowed. Aki, barely conscious after being kicked against the wall, remained just conscious enough to activate his contract with a powerful beast known as the Fox Devil. He twists his hands into a strange gesture and whispers the word, "Come," before falling unconscious, but that's still enough. Suddenly, a gigantic demonic fox claw burst through the wall of the bar, spraying dust and rubble everywhere. Abel was definitely not expecting that. He dodged several times as the claw swiped for him, often barely missing him. For its last strike, it lunged forward and raked 4 claw marks across his chest. Abel was shocked by the sudden pain. It felt fantastic. He pulled a long obsidian spear out of one of his pocket dimensions and forced it down through the Fox Devil's paw and into the ground, pinning it in place. After a moment of thrashing, the claw dissipated into smoke, lending Abel another victory, though even he would admit this was a more exciting fight than the other ones had been. Was that it? Had he gained total victory once more, just like he so often did these days? He was about to take pity on himself when Denji rose up behind him. "How about a rematch?" Denji asked. Abel grinned. He liked this kid. "Challenge me, child," Abel said. "Well, since you asked," Denji smirked. Denji reached into his shirt and grabbed the ripcord emerging from his chest. It was time to go into overdrive on this thing. He gave it a mighty yank, and like the rev of a chainsaw, the madness began. Denji transformed, giant blades emerging from his arms, and his head transformed into a toothy saw blade nightmare. He gave a mechanical roar that spewed smoke. This wasn't just Denji anymore. This was Chainsaw Man. Now this, Abel thought, feeling his adrenaline spike, is more like it. Following Denji's lead, Abel reached into one of his pocket dimensions and pulled out one of his favorite weapons, one he'd only previously used against the mighty hard-to-destroy reptile SCP-682, the Chainsaw Claymore. A huge two-handed sword with the eternally twisting, shredding teeth of a chainsaw ever circulating around it. It was time for Chainsaw versus Chainsaw.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Chainsaw Man roared.
Are we gonna stand around all day or are we gonna fight?
Abel couldn't have said it better himself. The two charged at one another at lightning speeds, chainsaw clashing against chainsword. The sheer force of the contact was enough to send a shockwave blasting through the bar. It rapidly became a power struggle, each of them trying hard to force their chainsaws out of the stalemate. Realizing that this time he perhaps couldn't win with raw strength, Abel backflipped away to reassess his options. But Chainsaw Man had no intention of giving Abel time to think about it. He darted towards Abel with the weight and momentum of a runaway freight train. If Abel hadn't raised his claymore to parry, he would have been shredded to pieces by the devil's saws in an instant. Instead, the two of them rocketed out of the nearby wall in a cascade of debris, causing everyone on the outside street to run for their lives. The two quickly stood from the stumble. The two quickly stood up, catching their breath.
Impressive, Abel said. You're much better than the others.
Instead of replying, Denji briefly retracted his armed chainsaws and grabbed a nearby parked car, throwing it directly at Abel. Abel reacted quickly, cleaving the car in half with his claymore and charging for Chainsaw Man again. Just before Abel could land a lethal strike, Chainsaw Man deployed his chainsaws again, blocking the blow. Abel sped around him trying to strike again and again, but Chainsaw Man blocked every strike with stunning efficacy. Abel was astonished. Few had ever been able to go toe-to-toe with him like this before. He could feel his heart pounding gloriously in his chest. He would give Denji a warrior's death. With a furious yell, Abel brought down the chainsaw claymore for a devastating vertical strike, but Chainsaw Man was ready. He arranged his armed chainsaws in a cross formation like a giant pair of scissors and caught Abel's chain sword between them. Chainsaw Man pulled his arms in opposite directions, slicing Abel's mighty sword in half. The immortal swordsman skidded backwards to avoid the fallout, producing two smaller blades immediately. This Chainsaw Man just kept exceeding expectations, didn't he? Abel would need to change tactics if he wanted to win this one. Chainsaw Man was impressed by the speed and tenacity of his foe. For someone who apparently wasn't even a devil, Abel sure packed a hell of a punch. Did he ever run out of those damned weapons? As though attempting to answer Chainsaw Man's question for him, Abel began running around his flank, rapidly producing and throwing blades and axes in a startling volley. Chainsaw Man was able to use his chainsaw arms and face to block most of them, but not all of them. Several daggers and small throwing axes splattered into the tender flesh of Chainsaw Man's chest. Abel had successfully wounded him, and he wasn't done. Feeling a little more confident now, Abel decided to take a different tactic. He produced a large spiked mace from thin air and ran at Chainsaw Man while the devil was still recovering from his projectile attack. With one brutal whack, he sent Denji flying down the street, carving a rut into the concrete beneath him. But Abel wasn't done. While Chainsaw Man was still trying to recover, Abel leaped onto him and began beating him into the ground with his mace. The strikes were so brutal, they shook the earth and sent cracks across the surrounding ground. Then, Abel stopped. He realized, for a moment, that he was letting his bloodlust get the better of him. This was dishonorable. Where would be the fun in beating this boy to death while he lay on the ground and depriving himself of one of the greatest opponents he's had in quite some time? No, that would not do it all. He'd give him one more chance.
On your feet, boy, Abel said. You fight well. Get up and carry on. I won't let a beast as rare as you die like a common dog. Rise and fight me.
And Chainsaw Man did as he was told. Abel was shocked to see the very ground shatter underneath him as Chainsaw Man burst up through it, all his swords at the ready. The mace was thrown from Abel's hands as Chainsaw Man launched up towards him, all metal teeth and fury. Luckily for Abel, he pulled out a battle axe just in time to block the flurry of brutal strikes from the patron saint of chainsaws. Now this was a fight even Musashi would be proud of.
Yes, boy, yes, Abel yelled. This is true combat.
Chainsaw Man replied with the swing of his blades, which Abel was narrowly able to dodge. The two finally landed back down on the ground, and Abel was fast enough to bury his battle axe in Chainsaw Man's shoulder. Before the devil could return a blow to Abel, the anomalous swordsman pulled out a pair of his favorite swords and locked Chainsaw Man's arms in place. Chainsaw Man was undeniably incredibly powerful, but it looked like Abel's superior experience and tactics might save him this time.
What the hell are you?
Chainsaw Man roared.
You've been a worthy opponent, boy. Those are few and far between,
Abel said. I'll remember you for this. But before Abel could execute a killing blow, he felt a blood-red throwing axe stick into his back. Abel winced in pain to see Power and Aki about 30 feet behind him. Power was propping Aki up. He donated some of his blood to bring her back to life, and she was just as delusionally cocky as ever. Abel was about to say something, but he already made a fatal mistake, letting his guard down. Before another word could pass the cursed warrior's lips, one of Chainsaw Man's armed chainsaws passed directly through his heart, tearing it apart within Abel's chest. It was a sudden and decisive killing blow. Chainsaw Man pulled his saw back out of Abel's chest, stained with the deadly anomaly's blood. Abel collapsed to the ground, wheezing and bleeding profusely from the hole in his chest. But strangely, as Power, Aki, and Chainsaw Man converged around him, they realized he was smiling.
Thank you,
Abel said, and died yet again. With the battle won, like an incredible Hulk made of metal, Chainsaw Man transformed back into Denji. The trio stood around Abel's corpse, deeply confused as to what had just happened. If this was the kind of thing the SCP Foundation normally dealt with, they all silently agreed that perhaps it would be better not to get involved with them in the future. Except Power, of course, who said,
"You two should be thanking me for defeating him. You both owe me drinks for this."
Hundreds of miles away in a black sarcophagus deep underwater, surrounded by professional SCP Foundation divers, Abel's body once again returned. Who knows how long he'd remain sleeping in there. But what we do know is that his deathless sleep was suffused with the sweet dreams, knowing that this world still held worthy opponents, and for Abel, that was everything.
In the mid-1800s, a group of archaeologists from England embarked on an expedition to Mongolia. The expedition was headed by Jonathan Davis, his long-term research partner Jason Porter, and their assistant Marvin Thomas. With them, they brought a ship, all the necessary equipment, and a team of 10 workers to aid with the dig and the transportation of any relics back to the British Isles. There they found a number of historically significant artifacts, one of which was described in Davis's journal as
a most marvelous discovery, the likes of which the world has never known. It will surely be regarded as the crown jewel of our findings, and I delight at the thought of what ancient secrets it may allow us to uncover.
Unfortunately for him, he would never get to find out. When the ship arrived back on the shores of England, those waiting for its return discovered that every single man on board was dead. Their mangled bodies littered the deck of the ship, and Jonathan Davis's head had been torn clean off. Whatever had killed them, it was far stronger than all 13 men combined. Given the unusual circumstances of these deaths, the artifacts were seized by the Oddities Occult and Paranormal Society, or OOPS, one of the many groups started by stuffy English gentlemen of that era that mainly functioned as a glorified cabinet of curiosities and placed in their inner sanctum. The largest and most impressive of these was a large black stone cube covered with strange symbols, which they displayed prominently for several years, until one day, the same dark force that killed those archaeologists on their own ship stirred once more. Something escaped from within the stone, killing everyone present in the inner sanctum and leaving a trail of more bodies in its wake until eventually it was apprehended by the SCP Foundation, placed in containment, and designated SCP-076. SCP-076 consists of two separate components, a stone cube, SCP-076-1, and the humanoid contained inside of the cube, or SCP-076-2. SCP-076-1 is a 3-meter cube of black metamorphic stone, covered in patterned engravings that have not been matched to any known civilization. Analysis via radioisotope suggests that the cube is at least 10,000 years old, though an exact date of origin could not be determined. There is a door on one side, sealed with a lock surrounded by 20 smaller locks, all arranged in a circular pattern. The Foundation has not been able to locate any of the keys, and therefore is unable to lock the door. This is unfortunate, given the nature of the figure that lurks inside the cube, chained inside of a stone coffin. This is the resting place of SCP-076-2, also known as Abel. Abel is a humanoid male who appears to be in his late 20s, with black hair, gray eyes, and olive skin. In spite of his youthful appearance, his age is estimated to be around the same as the cube that holds him. His body is covered in tattoos, depicting various occult icons and images of demonic faces, not uncommon for warrior castes of old. When he is encased in his coffin, within his stone prison, Abel is technically dead and registers no vital signs of any kind. However, he does not stay dead. On an occasional basis, with no apparent cause, he will wake up and reanimate. Once he is awake and aware, he will attempt to leave the cube by any means necessary. If he manages to escape, he will look for the nearest human being and attempt to kill them.
Once he has latched onto a target, he will enter a rage state that will not stop until he is killed. Though, as his anomalous nature implies, this death is never permanent, and he will always awaken again eventually. Terminating Abel in order to stop one of his rampages is often difficult, as he possesses strength and durability far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary man. He has superhuman power and speed, and though his physical body can be damaged, he does not appear to respond to pain and continues to fight through extreme injuries that would take most targets down. During his time in Foundation custody, he has displayed the following abilities. Over the course of 4 minutes, while trying to attack a research assistant that happened to cross into his line of sight moments before, he ripped through a reinforced steel security door with his bare hands, breaking the steel apart as if it were layers of tinfoil. During another incident, he was able to run a distance of 64 meters in under 3 seconds to catch up to an armored van filled with Foundation guards. While security staff attempted to neutralize him during the same incident, he took several .50 caliber rounds to the head and continued to move and kill for several minutes after, in spite of having literal holes in his head and missing portions of vital brain matter. During another escape, he got a hold of a piece of steel rebar which he used to swat bullets from handguns and assault rifles out of the air, like he was batting a ball with a tennis racket. During another attempted escape after killing half a dozen D-classes along the way, Foundation staff were eventually able to trap the entity in a vat of water, sealing the top where he tread water furiously for an hour before eventually suffocating. This suggests that, unlike most people who will asphyxiate after only a few minutes without oxygen, he can survive for at least an hour. The most notable of his anomalous skills, however, is his ability to produce weapons, usually bladed, from thin air whenever he wants to. Slowed-down security footage has shown that he does this by pulling the weapons out of a tiny rift in space, a portal to another dimension of some kind. It is unsure where this portal leads to, or how Abel accesses it, but it appears to function as his own personal armory, stocked with an endless supply of black, non-reflected bladed weapons, which vanish as soon as they leave his grasp. Though it is difficult and often dangerous to do so, Abel can, in fact, be killed. Some previously affected methods of termination have included fire from multiple heavy-caliber machine guns, suffocation, being crushed between a 13.6 metric ton piece of elevator equipment, cremation via grenade placed inside of a cavity in his chest, and the detonation of an on-site nuclear warhead. Every time SCP-076-2 is killed, his corpse quickly decays at an unnaturally rapid rate until he has turned into a pile of dust. Then the door to the cube as well as the coffin inside will slam shut, and the lock on the outside will rotate shut. Somehow Abel's body will then reform inside the coffin. This process can take anywhere from 6 hours to over 20 years. After a series of failed experiments, containment procedures for SCP-076 were amended to the current procedures in place. SCP-076 is placed in Containment Area 25B, located 200 meters below sea level, tunneled into solid bedrock in an area with limited seismic activity. The only way to access this area is via an elevator shaft which is broken up every 50 meters with a reinforced blast door made of shielding that is 20 centimeters thick. When the elevator shaft is not being used, it is flooded with seawater. The containment area includes an outer security perimeter outfitted with security personnel trained in counter-intrusion and close-quarters combat, an administrative and support area where on-site personnel can live and rest, a primary containment zone filled with seawater and made of a 7-meter cube encased in reinforced material, and then a killing corridor that is 150 meters in size, with an electrical system able to deliver a 20,000-volt shock in the event of an attempted containment breach. The security station at the entrance of the killing corridor must be staffed with at least 3 armed security guards at all times. In the event of a containment breach, all staff on site must go to the closest security station immediately for weapons and armor. The staff will remain at Alert Condition 1 until Abel has been neutralized and recontained. If 90 minutes pass after a full breach without the order to stand down being given, the entire facility will be flooded with seawater and the access shaft will be sealed for 24 hours. This is considered an extreme measure, as it will kill any site staff present, but desperate times call for desperate measures. After the containment procedures were amended and file updated, Dr.
Redacted
submitted a complaint to Director Maria Jones, Head of Record Keeping and Information Security Administration. The correspondence reads as follows. I have to go on record as saying that I seriously object to the proposed revisions of the SCP-076 Special Containment Procedures file. I know that Redact All Important Stuff already claims it as a security risk, but you and I both know it's just top brass trying to sweep their biggest and most embarrassing mistake ever under the rug. Omega-7 happened. It existed. Those people died because you screwed up. And you can't change that, no matter how hard you tried to hide it. For God's sake, man, those people guarding him deserve to know exactly what he is and what he did. What we did. How we screwed up. So they'll know better. So what was Omega-7? What could have possibly constituted one of the Foundation's worst, greatest, most humiliating mistakes ever? Following the death of an agent, whose identity has been redacted, who had managed to best Abel several times in combat, the Foundation became aware of an intriguing possibility. Whenever Abel encountered the rare individual he perceived as superior or at least equal to him in combat, his uncontrollable rage would subside, and he would develop a kind of respect. When Abel learned of the man's death, he calmed down and was coherent enough to interview. He was distressed at the death, which had occurred as collateral damage in an airstrike intended to contain another SCP. He explained his feelings on the subject.
A man like that deserves to die in combat, so close to his opponent he can feel his breath. Not in some destruction ordered by cowardly kings and princes safe in their palaces. The rest of you, you disgust me. I don't even have the urge to strike you down.
After this interview, the researcher who conducted it recommended that the Foundation attempt to find a way to work with Abel and somehow militarize him in accordance with the Boe Commission's desire to use SCP objects for tactical purposes. A mobile task force was proposed, referred to as Omega-7, or by its nickname, Pandora's Box. Task Force Omega-7 was to consist of between 10 and 20 field agents, split up into teams of 3 and 5 people each. Members of these teams have selected a roster of highly qualified field agents, and chosen by Abel himself. Their purpose would be to provide support to him during high-risk fieldwork and combat-based situations. Abel was outfitted with a device attached to his neck that, if it was triggered or interfered with in any way, would detonate and destroy his spinal cord, trachea, and the major blood vessels of his neck, killing him instantly. A tracking device was also attached to Abel, in order to keep the Foundation informed of his whereabouts at all times. Abel was instructed to refrain from any unnecessary killing or violence, and only attack when ordered to. This operation was off to a bit of a rocky start, and the head researcher in charge of it added this addendum to the initial project proposal.
For God's sake, find these guys something to do. Abel's getting bored and he's starting putting his team through live fire exercises. They get bullets, he gets training weapons. Have you ever seen someone break a man's jaw using a Nerf sword? He's not gonna stop until someone gets killed!
Indeed, Abel was getting restless, and the Foundation needed to find a way to keep him busy, until he could be occupied with bloodier pursuits. This project report was submitted regarding Abel's activities. In light of SCP-076-2's proficient use of the Sumerian language, researchers have asked it to translate several documents. While it originally replied with disinterest, it has translated some of the documents it found worthy of its attention. Most of the documents chosen by SCP-076-2 were regarding battles or legendary heroes, one of its favorites in particular being the Epic of Gilgamesh. However, one researcher presented it with the symbol from SCP-073. Upon sight of this, SCP-076-2 became highly enraged, killing several of the researchers before its kill switch could be activated. When revived and questioned about this, SCP-076-2 responded aggressively, and that line of questioning was immediately dropped. It is recommended anything pertaining to SCP-073 never be brought to the attention of SCP-076-2, and that the two are never to be in the same facility. Eventually, the chance to see Omega-7 in action came about, and Abel and his task force were deployed at the request of the Boe Commission. Though details have been redacted from the official file, the mission was deemed a success, and General Boe thanked the research team in an email with the subject line, "A job well done." He wrote,
Excellent work, Doctor. The mission went exactly as expected. We'll be calling you again if we need your help.
This new chapter of the project bred discord between the two lead researchers assigned to Abel, from here on referred to as Dr. W and Dr. P. Dr. P was highly in favor of Omega-7 and its military applications, while Dr. W strongly disapproved, believing the project to be an example of the military forcing the SCP Foundation to do its dirty work. He responded to the general's congratulations with a strongly worded email to his colleague, too strongly worded to repeat here. To summarize it neatly, he was very upset. Following this email and at Dr. P's request, Dr. W was reassigned to SCP-682, leaving him as the sole researcher in charge of the Omega-7 project. After a series of incidents regarding friendly fire and casualties within the task force itself, most of which occurred during ordinary combat training, Dr. P sent an email to the general. Despite our best efforts, Subject Abel is proving difficult to control. All our attempts to keep him engaged have been more or less unsuccessful. The problem is he's a perfect killing machine, and that's all he wants to do, which seems like exactly what we wanted, but the problem is we can't seem to turn him off. I'm running out of missions to give him, and the ones I've got left aren't engaging him mentally. He started to lash out at the other team members. It's only a matter of time before something goes wrong. Requesting permission to discontinue the project and neutralize Abel temporarily until we can find something more for him to do. The general refused to agree to this. Unacceptable. Neutralizing Subject Abel at this point is going to cause us an unacceptable delay. We'll have another mission for you within a couple of weeks. All you have to do is keep him busy until then. Send him on vacation or something. Dr. P was stunned by this response and unsure how to proceed. Not only was there nowhere safe to send Abel on vacation short of firing him into the furthest recesses of outer space where he could not hurt anyone, he was simply not a man interested in leisure, rest, or vacation as a concept. They had let the tiger out of its cage, and now all it wanted to do was shred, bite, and kill. He tried to keep Abel occupied, burning through D-Class on a daily basis that he could use as human practice dummies, but eventually Abel's craving for a challenge became too strong. An automated alert went out to the staff on the site where Abel was contained, signaling the start of a state of emergency.
SCP-076-2 has disabled the explosive collar failsafe and gone out of control. All staff to high alert. Further requests as events warrant.
There is no surviving security footage from this incident, and there are no witnesses to recount what happened next. Here is what we know for sure. Sometime after Abel escaped from his explosive collar, Containment Area 25 began a 10-minute countdown for its on-site nuclear warhead. No staff were able to successfully evacuate before the warhead detonated, reducing the site to rubble. Site 67 and 68 activated FEMA protocol and secured the location. Meanwhile, the stone coffin sealed itself again. The lock clicked shut, and Abel began to rebuild from almost nothing. Ashes to ashes, as they say, and dust to dust. Following this, a revised psychological profile of the entity was submitted. SCP-076-2 either possesses a mind constructed much differently than our own, or is completely insane, with little empathy or ideas in the way that we would understand it. Concepts such as sex, love, and equality are completely foreign ideas to SCP-076-2, or at least in comparison to its way of viewing them. Subject has shown that it is completely disinterested in sex, barely differentiating between genders except as a form of visual identification. Also, while Subject seems to greatly enjoy the act of killing, causing pain, either emotionally or physically, holds no attraction to it. Intelligence tests have been wildly inconclusive when applied to SCP-076-2, and no accurate result has yet been obtained. This is due to the fact that no communication is possible with the subject when in its rage state. Subject displays knowledge of several languages, including English, but most notable is its knowledge of several dialects of Ancient Sumerian, which seems to be its preferred language. SCP-076 has nothing but contempt for human beings and will kill them on sight. No communication is to be attempted with the subject.
Abel wandered through the sands, a lone warrior, dragging a long, dark sword behind him, his black cloak flowing in the gentle breeze. The sword was thirsty. It had been too long since it tasted blood. What had it been? A day since he cut down 10 men in a tavern without breaking a sweat? They bled and screamed like pigs as he diced them into bloody chunks. He couldn't remember their faces. They hadn't earned that. Very few combatants had been remarkable enough to warrant committing to memory. It was all just more dead flesh. He took a sip from his canteen and sighed. Did this world hold no more challenges? What a boring eternity was laying out before him. His burden as the greatest warrior of all time weighed on him heavier than the chain. It was old and rusty, levered over his shoulder and grasped in one bloody hand. About 15 feet behind him, The chain was connected to a dark stone sarcophagus that was as much a part of him as his eyes, skin, or heart. If ever he was slain in the glorious heat of battle, he'd rise out of it, ready to fight and kill another day. All because of the actions of his worthless, good-for-nothing brother. He looked up when he heard the rush of footsteps and the clanking of armor. Warriors, or whatever passed for them around here, about 20 of them, circled all around him. Yes. Oh, yes. His grip tightened around his sword. One of the warriors called out something about him being under arrest by order of the king for murders beyond counting. Abel couldn't help but yawn. Words, words, words. Why even bother? He dropped the chain, and in one fluid motion, he threw his sword. In a fraction of a second, it pierced the armor of the chattering man, spearing him through his formerly beating heart. The scream died in his throat. He fell to his knees, then collapsed entirely. The other soldiers sent to kill or apprehend him turned to their fallen leader and gasped. It was that little gasp, that moment of distraction, that sealed their fates. Abel's face cracked into a whisper of a grin as he drew 2 long daggers from the darkness of his coat. He'd at least try to have fun with this. Before the others could even get over their leader's sudden death, Abel had vaulted forward and begun his delicate dance of slaughter. Every swing found its way through armor and into skin. He sliced throats, cleaved off heads, parried blows, and pierced hearts. There was barely a single scream. Abel killed too quick for screams. In what would seem like the blink of an eye for some, the soldiers around Abel fell. Most dead, the rest dying. Some looked up to him in their dying moments, in terrified awe of the efficacy of their killer. In their dying moments, they knew that they never had a chance. They might as well have been facing the glistening scythe of death himself on the battlefield. Abel, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and sighed. Another pathetic waste of time. He sensed movement in the corner of his eye. One of the wounded soldiers was limping to his feet, trying to use the sword to lever himself off of the ground. With a flick of each wrist, Abel tossed his knives into the man, killing him instantly. It really was that easy.
"Your attempt to kill me does not offend me,"
he said to whoever was still able to hear.
"What offends me is that they would send so few, and that those few would be such pitiful excuses for soldiers. This wasn't a battle. It was a mercy killing."
He was ready to turn around, grab the chain, and carry on walking, when he felt a sudden pain in his back. There was a slight whistle, then another sharp spike of pain. There were now 2 arrows sticking out of his back. Abel turned, surprised, and saw a much larger force standing behind him. Swordsmen, archers, men with clubs and axes and chains. The ones he'd killed were little more than a distraction. This was the real threat. This was a real army. Perhaps these fools would give him some actual exercise. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a mighty obsidian battle axe. At the very least, he'd try to have a little fun turning this fighting force into cold cuts. A fog of arrows sailed through the air as he charged forwards, perforating his body, but the injuries didn't slow him down. He lunged, slashed, and cleaved. Even as the weapon struck him, he carried on, killing person after person. At times, it was almost exciting. Almost, but not quite. By the time he was done, none were left standing. 30 arrows were sticking out of him. He'd been cut deep by more weapons than he could count on his fingers and toes. He was breathing deeply, scarred chest pumping up and down. He coughed blood and cracked his neck back into place. They might have cut him a little too deep this time. No matter. Abel fell to his knees, feeling the life draining from him. He wondered when he awoke from the coffin again what the world would look like. Sometimes it was days, sometimes weeks, months, or even years. As he fell forward, dying once again, he'd hoped that he'd wake into a world with a warrior or beast that could actually challenge him. Maybe someday. This was one of Abel's many lives, hundreds of years before he was contained by the SCP Foundation. He's perhaps the greatest warrior who ever lived, died, and lived again. He's a man so individually deadly that not only is he kept in a containment chamber under the sea, surrounded by highly trained and armored guards,
He has his own localized on-site nuclear weapon, ready to blow away and annihilate him and his entire containment area if deemed necessary. He may not be a contagious anomalous pathogen or a lethal mimetic hazard, or a giant beast shooting world-destroying fireballs in every direction, but if this one-man massacre was left to his own devices, there's no doubt that he would methodically slaughter his way through the human race until an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario was practically inevitable. He was fueled by pure hatred and an almost bottomless bloodlust. He simply lived to fight and kill. And not only did he have the will and the skill to be a pure force of annihilation, but his anomalous abilities also make him perfectly tailored to the task. He has massively enhanced physical strength, speed, and durability, taking the kind of damage that would kill several normal humans to reliably put him down. Though even that is only a temporary measure. Abel will always resurrect back into his black sarcophagus to menace the SCP Foundation another day. It is also effectively impossible to disarm Abel, because he has the anomalous ability to pull deadly edged weapons from localized pocket dimensions at will, and his proficiency with these weapons is unlike any warrior the world has ever known, before or since. During containment breaches, he's regularly killed scores of trained Foundation guards, with both numerical advantages and considerably more advanced ranged weapons. Despite being a simple humanoid, he was taking up a truly insane amount of containment resources. Despite his violent tendencies, Abel is still a recognizable sentient human, albeit an extremely deadly anomalous one. This led some higher-ups at the Foundation to come up with an interesting idea. What if Abel's eternal rage could be harnessed? What if they could use their resources to reshape this rampaging killer into a devoted sword of the Foundation's cause? After all, if he wanted worthy opponents, what could be more worthy than the anomalous monsters that the Foundation faced on a daily basis? And as long as they kept the sarcophagus, even if Abel was killed in the line of duty, he'd still be accounted for. In many ways, if he could be trained and truly brought to heel, there could be no better asset to their coming struggles. It was this logic, allowing anomalies to work for the SCP Foundation in exchange for benefits, that led to the creation of a new, groundbreaking mobile task force, MTF Omega-7, Pandora's Box. This group became the SCP Foundation's Hail Mary Pass. For any particularly dangerous or potentially deadly missions, they could send in Abel along with a group of highly trained Foundation soldiers that even the ancient blade-wielding warrior held respect for. While, like their namesake, Pandora's Box, it would all wind up in terrible tragedy. To begin with, they achieved some of the highest mission successful results of any mobile task force on the Foundation's payroll. No task was too challenging for them to swoop in and crush it. This was far from expected. Abel, one of the most violent SCPs they'd ever contained, suddenly became a great asset to their operations, a vital tool in their quest to keep the anomalous at bay. He cleaved through legions of Chaos Insurgency soldiers during breaches into their secure sites. He fought off well-paid, well-trained, and well-armed bodyguards of Marshall Carter and Dark Limited during Foundation raids on their clandestine operations. He'd even gone toe-to-toe with some of the deadliest anomalies in containment during mass escapes. It was hard to imagine how they'd ever lived without him. Of course, while Abel was happier than he'd had been in years, in his element. In fact, as a working warrior giving varied missions and frequent opponents, there was still something nagging at him. His thoughts were hounded by his white whale, the endless search for a truly worthy opponent, someone or something that could really give him a run for his money. After millennia of leaving opponents dead in his wake, nothing would bring him more joy than meeting someone that actually knocked him on his ass. A new bar somewhere above him to work towards. Oh, what a glorious day that would be. Eventually, the Foundation started to run into a problem. They were running out of missions to give Abel. After all, he wasn't the kind of operative you could just give any mission to. His potential for collateral damage was truly staggering. He'd neutralize the anomaly, then slaughter everyone within a 100-foot range just to work off some of the excess energy. Like a hand grenade, he was powerful, but dangerously imprecise. If they ran out of high-priority missions, what were they supposed to do? Just put Abel back in his box to gather dust until someone else rolled around? He was getting antsy enough between missions already. That's when an unexpected member of personnel stepped forward, Dr. Jack Bright. You see, Dr. Bright and Abel had a history, and not an altogether pleasant one. Not that anyone could really have a pleasant history with Abel. Jack was only a junior researcher when he had his run-in, carrying a seemingly worthless medallion dubbed SCP-963 back to its containment locker. That's when a wall next to him exploded, showering him with brick fragments and dust, only to reveal Abel standing behind the new aperture. Before young Dr. Bright even had a chance to scream, Abel had already cleaved through him, leaving him in two distinct parts that were both very much dead. At least, it seemed that way, until it was revealed that Dr. Bright's consciousness had actually been eternally bonded with SCP-963, giving him the gift and curse of immortality. Since then, Dr. Bright had become increasingly reckless in his conduct, perhaps hoping that the next time he fades to black, the movie that is his sad, strange life won't just start to roll again. Of course, he hasn't been lucky in that regard yet. Naturally, this has given Dr. Bright complex feelings about his fellow anomalous Foundation employee. So when the call came around, all the senior researchers and site directors asking if there were any tasks that Abel seemed fit for, he had one very pressing suggestion. After all, it wasn't that long after Dr. Bright had been forced into a cross-test with the intention of terminating 682, which had not only been a failure, but a generally painful and exhausting experience. Now, perhaps it would be Abel's turn to take his lumps. He happily put forth a suggestion, claiming that surely the Foundation's new sword-wielding Golden Boy could give the hard-to-destroy reptile the old college try. After all, even if Abel was killed in the process, he'd just come right back. It was a situation where they really could not lose. So why not take a chance? What's the worst that could happen? The O5 Council found Dr. Bright's pitch extremely compelling. He succeeded in every mission they'd given him so far, so perhaps he could carry that success into the Herculean task of actually terminating 682. One boundlessly bloodthirsty killer might be the only thing truly capable of taking out another of equal magnitude. When Abel was informed of this latest mission, he got a scary glint in his eye. They gave him warning after warning. The beast is said to be unkillable. It can adapt to anything. It's killed scores of people and survived the attacks of anomalies thought to be flawless killers. The more it was explained to him, the more Abel felt the tingling sensation deep within. Was this it? Had he now discovered the perfect opponent? Something that would actually challenge him, would actually put him through his paces? Yes, yes, yes. He accepted the mission without question. Abel would fight SCP-682 until his breath was no longer. In order to prepare for the match, SCP-682 was released into a secure area, rocky desert-like terrain, bordered on all sides by a Foundation perimeter, hundreds of meters away on all sides. They thought it best for the showdown to happen here. After all, with combatants like Abel and 682, it was bound to make a mess, one way or another. Abel strode with pronounced swagger onto the battleground shortly afterwards, carrying perhaps the most powerful sword he'd ever summoned. It was somewhere between a claymore and a chainsaw, an unholy union that gave the resulting weapon a degree of deranged badassery not ever seen on the battlefields of planet Earth before. Carrying this thing, Abel felt like a king, and he was about to slay the most ancient and bestial of monsters. As he approached 682 and took in the whole of it, he could feel his heart pounding with excitement in his chest. It was a huge reptilian nightmare. He could see its scales hardening into a mighty carapace as he approached. Its huge serrated fangs, its bulging sinewy muscles, and insane dagger-like claws. Oh yes, this would be the one. The beast snarled at him as he approached. He just smiled, puffed out his chest, and said, "I have heard tales of creatures like you. Glorious beasts of scale and flesh, talon and fang. A prowess in battle even greater than the immense intellect hiding behind those bestial eyes. They said your kind once ruled the earth from enormous stockpiles of treasure, killing and eating all who displeased you. But you were knocked from your throne one by one by the great warriors who walk this world no longer, until they were no more, and you became but a mere myth. Even I had thought you to be nothing but fairy tales.
But yet, here you stand before me, a living dragon. In response to Abel's lofty speech, the monster merely grumbled and chided him, claiming he was little more than a pathetic SCP Foundation lapdog, following orders and being manipulated. It showed no respect for Abel as a valued enemy combatant, merely another nuisance thrown at it in a futile attempt to finish its wretched and seemingly eternal life. Abel couldn't take such insolence. He leapt forwards, bringing down his mighty chainsaw claymore, ready to cleave the beast in two. However, what he didn't expect was the move SCP-682 pulled next, throwing its head up against the blade of Abel's sword, shredding away huge chunks of flesh and bone, and utterly confusing Abel in the process. For the first time in a lifetime of intense battles, Abel found himself thinking, what the hell am I up against here? The force of 682's headbutt threw Abel off balance, leaving his stomach briefly exposed, but briefly was all SCP-682 needed. It thundered its massive stony fist into Abel's gut, throwing him like a ragdoll into a nearby rock, with such a force that it nearly shattered the rock behind him. It was a force like he hadn't felt in years. He spat some bloody teeth and grinned. This was just what the doctor ordered. He issued a challenge to the beast in a long-dead language, as it seized violently, regenerating, growing, taking on the stony qualities of the ground around it. It looked like a vengeful living mountain, a true behemoth of a beast. In other words, challenge accepted. Abel pulled an obscenely giant mace from the shadows of his cloak, the handle 6 feet long with a chaos of swirling blades and spikes. A perfect weapon for slaying a dragon like this, he thought to himself. The two charged at each other, full of power and fury. Abel swung the mace once again, shattering the creature's head and flinging it back across the battlefield with the sheer force of its strike. The decimated lizard clawed its way into the ground, devouring the rocks and the earth, integrating more matter to fuel its regeneration. But it wasn't long before Abel was upon it again, striking mercilessly, giving blows as the monster gave brutal claw strikes in return. They were ripping each other's bodies apart, piece by piece, but Abel felt so exhilarated he could barely even notice. It was the fight of his life, a battle against a truly worthy opponent. This was heaven. Abel leaped into the air and unleashed a volley of deadly chakram down onto the beast, shredding into its reinforced flesh. As the force of gravity brought him down, he pulled a mighty axe from his cloak and bellowed a warrior's roar as he brought it down, splattering into the nightmarish body of SCP-682. However, this did nothing to even slow the beast down. It flipped over, slashing Abel with its claws. When Abel stumbled, it leaped on top of him, unleashing devastating slashes and punches onto the fallen warrior with the speed of a machine gun firing. When it raised its claw to deal with the killing blow, though, Abel once again turned the tables. He produced a giant pair of mechanical scissors from thin air and sliced off both of SCP-682's forelegs. The beast descended with its mighty jaws to devour Abel, but he kicked up with freakish strength behind his bladed boot. The sheer force of the kick flipped SCP-682 onto its back. Now it was Abel's turn to execute his opponent, though on some level he thought it would be an awful shame to lose such a terrific beast from this world of cardboard. Still, a battle is a battle, and this is how they go. He jumped onto 682 and went berserk, slashing into it relentlessly with blade after blade, pulling out a new one every time the old one broke down from his sheer ferocity. He screamed in incoherent battle fury, tearing, slicing, ripping, rending. Yes, 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 yes! As Abel stepped away to breathe, the beast began to regenerate, releasing a shockwave that started to warp reality around it. But Abel wouldn't have this. No, he would give this beast no quarter. It was time to present the true pain he was notorious for. He pulled a long sword from his cloak and charged, taking air and bringing it down towards SCP-682's head. The beast, sensing the warrior's presence, opened its mouth, unleashing a chasm of horrifying teeth within. The two were on a fierce collision course. As the jaws closed, Abel descended. Both roared in infinite rage and bloodlust. Both combatants fell to the ground, just twitching. Oh, what a glorious, terrible day it had been. Neither had died for good, but both would remember this incredible battle forever. When Abel awoke once more in his dark stone coffin, he did so with a smile. What a battle. What a fight. What a truly honorable pursuit. After so long being bored and unfulfilled, he found an opponent that got his blood pumping once more. His stomach grumbled. A post-battle feast was in order. Now where did they put that magic pizza box? A mobile task force makes its way through the Siberian forest. Snow covers the trees. The only light comes from the moon shining through the branches. The commander holds up a hand signaling the team to halt. In a small clearing in front of them is the creature they've been searching for. It appears to be part deer, part human. The creature howls in pain as it rips the skin from its body. The SCP agents watch it in horror as the creature reaches its arm high into the air and plunges a knife into its stomach. It doubles over in pain and stops screaming. The creature pulls the knife from its midsection and stands upright. Blood splatters across the shimmering white snow. It turns towards the mobile task force and slowly walks towards them.
Help me,
the creature whispers.
I need you to save me from what's inside.
It collapses to the ground. The mobile task force secures the creature in a containment vehicle in preparation for further examination. This is SCP-1068-RU, Shell of God. When they arrive with the creature to an undisclosed SCP Foundation site location, Dr. Belkov is put in charge of learning more about the entity. When SCP-1068 first awakens in its containment chamber, Belkov is watching from behind a two-way mirror. The creature walks up to the mirror and examines the countless scars and stitches that cover its body. SCP-1068 shakes its head and gingerly runs a long finger along the fresh wound where it stabbed itself earlier. It glances around the room as if looking for something, then turns back towards the two-way glass.
What time is it?
It asks its reflection. Dr. Belkov knows that the creature is talking to him. It may not know who is watching him, but it knows there is someone there. Dr. Belkov pauses for a moment. What harm can it do to tell the time, he thinks. Belkov pushes the intercom button and speaks. You've been in there for almost 6 hours, he says into the microphone. SCP-1068 looks startled. Its eyes open wide as it scans the room again.
You need to let me out of here,
it shouts.
Quickly, or you will all be in danger.
The creature starts to bang on the glass, causing Dr. Belkov to take a few steps back. There is fear in its eyes that terrifies the doctor. Belkov tentatively walks back towards the intercom button and pushes it. I'm not sure it'd be safe to let you out quite yet, my friend. Why don't you tell me what's going on?
There is no time,
SCP-1068 screams.
I can feel him coming.
Just as it finishes the sentence, SCP-1068 stumbles backward. Dr. Belkov looks on in horror as the creature's stomach begins to expand, as if something is pushing on it from the inside. A set of claws rips through its skin from within. Warning lights begin to flash in the observation room. The temperature around SCP-1068 has plummeted. The fluorescents in the containment chamber start to flicker. The howls of the creature are accompanied by the screeching of something else. Whoever's trying to crawl out of SCP-1068 is fighting hard to complete their task. SCP-1068 swings the knife tied around its wrist into its hand. It begins stabbing at whatever is trying to burst out of it, causing blood and skin to be thrown across the room. The creature opens its mouth and lets out a cry of pain. This goes on for several minutes before whatever is inside SCP-1068 retreats back to where it came from. SCP-1068 stands in the room panting. It opens the satchel at its waist and pulls out a bone needle and string. It meticulously begins to sew up the wounds from the knife. Dr. Belkov watches. Panic fills him as he slams the intercom button.
What the hell was that?
He asks.
That, my dear friend, was my brother.
With those words hanging in the air, Dr. Belkov furiously jots down notes. He needs to learn more. Belkov runs out of the observation room and grabs 2 SCP agents to accompany him into the chamber of SCP-1068. He needs to examine the creature and find out what is going on within it. When Dr. Belkov and the 2 agents enter the room, SCP-1068 shows no signs of aggression. Although the creature has a masculine voice, its chest and other human parts seem to be female.
Its entire body is covered in stitched-up wounds. However, Dr. Belkov can see into one of the fresh punctures that SCP-1068 made to itself. The creature looks at him and shakes its head. "You have no idea how much danger you are in," it says. "We want to help you. My name is Dr. Belkov, and I work for the SCP Foundation. Can I examine that wound?" SCP-1068 looks at the doctor, considering his question. "I have nothing to hide, but be aware, you might not like what you see." Dr. Belkov nods his head. He holds up a flashlight and shines it into SCP-1068's wound. What he sees gives him pause. There are no bones, organs, or muscles of any type under the creature's skin. The space inside the body seems to be infinite. Perhaps it is a deep void to another dimension, Belkov thinks. As he gets closer to the wound, he can feel a cold breeze leaving SCP-1068's body. "Do you mind?" Belkov asks while holding up a thermometer. The creature shrugs indifferently. Belkov tries to take the temperature just beneath the creature's skin, but it is so cold that it causes the mercury in the thermometer to freeze. The doctor furiously writes notes into his log. SCP-1068 finishes stitching up its wounds. The creature sits back in its chair. "I'm sure you have some questions. Let me start by introducing myself. I am I, Neil. I come from an ancient tribe that inhabited the area where you found me many moons ago." "So you've been around for a while?" Belkov asks. "That is correct. I lived with my 7 brothers and a small tribe of humans deep in the Siberian Arctic. My brothers and I were wiser and more skilled than anyone else in the tribe. We eventually became deities to them. I was the patron saint of seamstresses and a warming shoulder for the people. Unfortunately, not all of my brothers were kind." "I think I see where this is going," says Dr. Belkov. "In my experience, there is always one who betrays the rest when it comes to beings with special powers." "You may be more right than you know," says I, Neil, shaking his head. "For a long time there was peace and harmony, but then the great grief happened. My brother, whom I will not speak the name of, was the master of the hunt. He believed that since he provided life-sustaining sustenance for everyone, he should be the ruler of the tribe. I was the closest to this brother, so he asked me to join him as his second-in-command. I refused." "I assume that probably didn't make him too happy," says Belkov. "No, it did not. He was furious and slaughtered everyone in the tribe, including the women and children. Then he began to kill his own brothers. He butchered our whole family, and then eventually came for me too. I could not match his combat skills, but I had a plan. We battled for many nights. I waited for the perfect opportunity, and when my brother lunged at me in blind rage and frustration, I knew it was the moment I was waiting for. I ripped open my stomach, and he fell into the void." "Oh, I think I'm going to be sick," gags Belkov. "Are you telling me that thing inside you is your brother?" "That's exactly what I'm saying," sighs I, Neil. "How long has it been in you?" asks Belkov. "Too long. That is why I have sought the help of the SCP Foundation. My brother cannot escape, otherwise the whole world will be doomed." Dr. Belkov leans back in his chair and whistles. He can't believe what he is hearing, but at the same time, this wouldn't be the craziest thing he has witnessed at the Foundation. "Now you must leave the room," says I, Neil. "It's almost time for my brother to try and escape again. It happens every 6 hours, and if I do not stop him, he will destroy us all." Dr. Belkov and the agents leave the room. Once the doors closed, I, Neil begins to scream. He looks down at his stomach as his brother rips through his insides. An audio recorder in the room picks up a conversation between I, Neil and his brother as they battle. They are talking in their native language. Several days later, Dr. Belkov retrieves the audio and sends the recording to the linguistics department to be decoded. For several days, Dr. Belkov watches I, Neil battle his brother every 6 hours. The brother rips through the stomach lining of SCP-1068 with its claws. I, Neil stabs him using his knife, and after the bloody battle is over, I, Neil sews himself up and rests until the next attempted escape. Dr. Belkov sits in the observation room flipping through his notes when he comes across a report from the linguistics department. He had forgotten all about the recording, but he reads the translation. His heart sinks. "What in the name of God?" he says out loud. The conversation that was recorded during the battle didn't make any sense. A muffled voice could be heard saying,
"Think it over, fool. Because of your selfishness, we will all die. The cycle must not be broken. Let me be reborn."
This was clearly the pleading of I, Neil's brother, but it is the next words that truly terrified Dr. Belkov.
"They believe your lies. Isn't that enough for you?"
The next sounds that the recorder picked up were the stabbing of flesh and screams of pain. Dr. Belkov shakes his head. So Neil is lying about something? Belkov thinks. Could he be evil? Perhaps the characters in his story were switched. What if Neil was the one who slaughtered? Before he can finish his thought, there is a loud crash as the two-way mirror shatters. Standing in the opening is SCP-1068. His eyes have changed. Now they are filled with evil. Oh, Doctor, I'm sorry it has come to this, but I can't let you live when you are so close to the truth, says Neil. The creature steps through the opening into the observation room. Dr. Belkov screams as the knife plunges into his stomach. Now watch SCP-2273 Major Alexei Belatrov, SCP Animation, or check out SCP-610 The Flesh That Hates, SCP Animation.